hanging in? Dude, that's all I can ask of you is to hang in there. Oh my gosh, I know. I'm so sorry. Oh man, this life, it really makes it hard. I will tell you that right now, right? It makes it so fucking hard. But here you are, and I'm so happy you're here, Kevin. Thank you for being here. And let's see. We have so much going on this morning. I came on a little early. Not that early, but I came on a little early. Mostly because I'm really tired. And I didn't know what I was doing. But other than that, good morning. We've got all kinds of Nazis talking. Then we've got Jack Smith, who will talk soon. Let me make sure I find that. Hold on. Jack Smith. Hot fed summer. It's coming to you, yeah. It's coming to you. Oh yeah. Joe Dempsey, I love you so much. I miss you, Joe. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is really not an easy week, but I need this. I need to be able to be with people. Wow. So it was important to go live when I could. And it's Jack Smith, Joe. We're gonna hear from Jack Smith. So that is good. I hope. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be a little bit of a shit show, if you will, to put it mildly. I don't think Jack will be a shit show by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think that the committee, I don't know which committee, is it Judiciary? Please tell me it's not Judiciary. It's not Judiciary, right? No, that's not right, right? That can't be it. It could be, I guess. I don't know why chat's not showing. Let me see. I don't even know where it is. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, where's the moon? Where's the moon? There we go. Oh, she wears. Oh, I can't sing. Oh, what's going on with my voice? Good morning. Look at Joe's here, gal. Isn't that sweet? Oh, I'm so. No problem, Joe. No problem. I'm just happy to see your name in the chat. I'm very, very happy. He will look foolish, yeah. It's true. If it's anything like the deposition, it's going to look stupid. Unfortunately, they're going to make their hay, right, while the sun shines. I love Joe, too. Joe, thanks for stepping in. I love you. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the reporting that you do. I really appreciate it. Really, we all appreciate it. Granny's here, too. Oh, my gosh. He knows his shit. No, Joe knows his shit. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Well, I'm sorry, Tom Homan. Tom Homan, you're too late. Oh, good. It's the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge the allegiance to the special thing of America, and to for which it stands, silly blurted and blurty blurted. And we don't really mean it. We were. It was always about politics.
Just about anything. January 7th, 2023, Kevin McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House. 16 days later, Jack Smith issues a subpoena for his phone records. Phone records from 2 years prior for a 2-month time frame, election day 2020, January 7th,
I'll let him talk,
2021.
Promise.
Jack Smith, the Biden Justice Department, get the phone records of the top Republican in government, the guy second in line to the president.
What?
They know who he called, who called him, when the call took place, and how long it lasted.
Got all kinds of shit happening.
They can pattern an individual's life. They know who the speaker talked to before big votes, who he talked to after big votes, when he calls his colleagues, when he calls his family. And to add insult to injury, they go to the judge with the subpoena for a gag order on the carrier. AT&T, don't tell your customer, the Speaker of the House, that you just gave his phone calls to Jack Smith and Joe Biden. And here's the kicker. They say to the court, we need this gag order because he's a flight risk. Someone might tamper with witnesses or with evidence. Are you kidding me? The Speaker of the House is going to run? They got my phone records for 2.5 years.
No, I'm not kidding you.
Said this was
Hi, Karen.
wrong.
Hi, Kathy. Hi, Matt.
And of course, we shouldn't be surprised.
Yes.
Democrats have been going after
Oh,
President
shit.
Trump
Okay, thank you.
for 10
It's
years,
not.
for a decade. And the country should never, ever forget what they did. Over the next few hours, we're going to hear a lot of yelling and screaming, I assume, from the other side. But we should never forget what took place, what they did to the guy we the people elected president twice. It all started in 2016 when they spied on his campaign. The Clinton campaign hired the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired the public relations firm Fusion GPS, who hired a foreigner, Christopher Steele, to put together the fake dossier. Bunch of garbage in that document, but that was used by Jim Comey's FBI.
That's not true, Jimmy Jordan. That's not true, Jimmy Jordan. It was Oppo research. It was never what you say. Jimmy Jordan is lying. Get the hell out from under that bag. My cat. Get out! You're going to turn my computer off again. Thank you. Sorry. All right, continue lying, Jim. Go ahead.
And we all know Jim Comey. He was the guy who just last year was strolling along the beach when the good Lord had the waves wash up on shore seashells in the formation of 8647. That guy took that dossier to the FISA court, lied to the court, and then spied on the other party's campaign. This, of course, led to the Mueller investigation, 2.5 years, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, $30 million.
They have to remind the Pavlov's dog in the audience, gal, when to drool. Okay? Jim is setting up the Pavlov's dog so that everyone can respond accordingly when they hear all the bullshit. Yeah, Trump sold shirts that said 80s. Forget it, right? I'll say it again. I'll fucking make a tattoo out of it, all right? Don't tempt me, because I'll do it.
Find nothing. No conspiracy, no coordination whatsoever. Then it was impeachment 1, the anonymous whistleblower. We couldn't even know who was bringing the charge against the guy they were trying to take it, the guy we elected, who were they trying to kick out of office. We couldn't know. Secret hearings in the bunker, in the basement of the Capitol. Again, nothing.
What year are we talking about?
Then it was impeachment 2. No secret hearings here because they didn't have any hearings. It was the snap impeachment, and the Senate trial actually took place after President Trump wasn't in office. Then, of course, it was Alvin Bragg.
Whose fault is that?
Who said before he got elected,
It is not what the Mueller report said.
there was no case here. Then he gets elected and changes his mind when the left starts pressuring him to go after President Trump. He hires Michael Colangelo,
sweetheart. No, this is
former
a great
Democrat
fantasy.
National Committee
I like your
consultant,
dreams, Christina,
and
but
the number
no,
3 guy
this is not how it
at the
happened.
Department of Justice.
Oh my God.
Then, of course, it's Fonnie and Nathan, Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade in Fulton County, Georgia.
Do you remember them?
We actually deposed Mr. Wade.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting depositions I've sat through.
Oh, really?
We said to him,
Did
you know, you
get
billed
a
taxpayers in
little
Georgia
hard?
thousands of dollars for
You got a
meetings
little
in
hard?
D.C. with the January 6th committee and with the Biden administration.
Oh, look at his
And we asked him some questions. How'd you talk to him, Mr. Wade? Couldn't remember.
Hi, Neil.
We said, where'd you meet? Did you meet the Capitol? Did you meet the White House? Where'd you meet? Couldn't remember that either.
Oh, my God.
We said, were these meetings in person,
Are we
on
what
the
are we
phone,
talking about?
or did you have a Zoom
Are we
meeting?
talking about Fonnie
Couldn't
Willis?
remember.
God, yeah.
Couldn't remember.
Really
Couldn't
don't
remember.
like
We
her.
finally just asked him, did
Yeah.
you really come to D.C. and meet people? He said, oh, yeah, I came. And I billed the taxpayers. I know I came.
What?
Just no idea who he talked to or what he did. And then there was the raid on President Trump's home. You know.
The prosecutor prosecutor of the Georgia false elector scheme didn't know why he was beating with people. He's gotta be the worst prosecutor ever, okay? If you don't know why, you're on a case, and you don't know why you...
Where they searched Barron's room and the First Lady's closet.
Melania, they touched Melania's underwear. They touched her underwear. I mean it. It was nasty. I think Biden smelled her underwear. I think so. I think I heard that. I think I heard that somewhere. Yeah, that's right. I'm Jimmy Jordan, and I think I heard that somewhere.
In our deposition with Stephen D'Antuono, head of the FBI Washington field office, he told us none of the normal process, none of the normal protocol was followed in the investigation. He said, first of all, the case was run out of D.C. Normally, you run it out of the Miami field office. No, we're going to run it out of D.C. He said he recommended, and the people in the FBI at the time in the Washington field office recommended they give the president notice before they do the search, or at least when they got there, before they start the search, call the president's lawyers, ask them to come there and meet them and conduct the search.
Okay, the line, I'm going to mute him. I'm going to end up muting him because that is a lie. That is a fucking bald-faced lie. It is all these are facts that are out in public. This is not, Jim Jordan can try and spin this now 6 years later or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that the archivist and others asked for those documents, that the president was given immense amounts of time and grace to turn over the documents that he had illegally taken. Thank you, Kash Patel. Okay? So, Jim Jordan is lying to you, and I'm sick to fucking death of the fucking lies. You cannot have different facts from what actually occurred. You can have your own truth about what you think it means, but you cannot change the facts. And you cannot change the law to fit your facts. Period. Now, they got away with it because they had a corrupt judge, you motherfucking idiots. Cannon is corrupt. There's also plenty of evidence of that, of people talking about her goddamn motherfucking opinions and things and pointing out how judiciously unsound they are. But unfortunately, the fucking president owns the Supreme Court. So it doesn't matter when things happen in courts and truth comes out or facts come out. Because then, as long as it gets to the Supreme Court, what's his name? I don't even know. Thomas Clarence can sit there and go, does it really think something that the president shouldn't do? I think that's something the president should do. So anyway, there's my label. Oh my God, and it's that guy too. Look it's the ghoul behind him. Look at the ghoul behind him. See this guy? Look at that motherfucker. Look at that smug motherfucker. This guy is going to go to hell for lawyers, and I hope it's a bad one, because he has helped this administration all along the line. In the first one, and now in the second one. He is a piece of shit. He's the lawyer for this Judiciary Committee. I can't remember his name. That's how insignificant he is. However, he causes a lot of grief for the American people. And he's one of the reasons that we're here today. I shit you not. He's one of the reasons we're here today. So.
Search together. Again, the answer from Maine Justice was no. Which brings us back to Mr. Smith. On November 18th, 2022, 3 days after President Trump announces he's running for president, Attorney General Garland names Jack Smith special counsel.
Yeah, okay, you want to know why Trump announced early? When he announced, he knew he was going to be indicted. He knew he was going to be indicted. I was alive then. I don't know if you all were, but I was. And he was well aware that it was coming. And so he announced early so that he could paint it as a political retribution. My God. Don't be dumb. I don't like disingenuous dumbness. So, there. Okay, sorry. I really will shut up.
The first things
I'm not
Mr.
gonna do
Smith
this the whole
does
thing.
is put on his team the very people responsible for the raid on President Trump's home. The very people. And then Jack Smith also puts on his team the people responsible for getting the phone records of dozens of members of Congress. People like Thomas Wyndham, who, when we deposed him, took the fifth 71 times. We've actually referred him to the Justice Department for obstructing our investigation. Jack Smith then gets a gag order in his investigation on President Trump from Judge Chutkan without filing a single affidavit with the court from a witness or a potential witness that they felt threatened by statements from the president. Stop and think about it. Jack Smith restricts the speech of the former president while he's a candidate for president. Thank goodness Mr. Smith was slapped down on appeal and the order was changed. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, the Washington Post editorial page, Jack Smith would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. I just want to read.
The Washington Post editorial board is their opinions. I'm going to stress that word. It's very important. The editorial board gives their opinions, and that is individuals who are right-leaning, because if you, again, have followed the Washington Post editorial board, you would know this. So what the Washington Post editorial board says, and a bunch of elites that you guys hate, you know, that's who he's talking about, by the way. Those Washington board editorial blubbers, they're just a bunch of fucking maggots, all right? They're Jeff Bezos' little bitch boys, and they go along to get along. And so I don't give a shit what they say. They can tell me the sky is green. I won't believe it because they're fucking liars. So, all right. I said I wouldn't do this, but now I'm keep doing it. Sorry.
2 sentences from this. Mr. Smith seemed unconcerned about interfering in the democratic process by seeking to muzzle a candidate for high office. 3 appellate judges, all nominated by Democrat presidents, ruled that Mr. Smith's proposed gag order infringed on President Trump's First Amendment rights. And of course they did. And this wasn't the only time Mr. Smith lost in court.
Cunt. Look at this bitch
Classified
right here.
documents case in Miami.
Get rid of the lies.
Judge Cannon held that Mr. Smith was not permitted to be special counsel.
Oh, you can't see her.
Jack Smith was never properly appointed. In fact, he couldn't be properly appointed because he was never confirmed by the Senate for any position in the executive branch as the law requires. Here's what Judge Cannon stated. Quote, the special counsel's position effectively usurps that important legislative authority, transferring it to a head of department and in the process threatening the structural liberty inherent in the separation of powers. And of course, on July 1st, 2024, the United States Supreme Court ruled that President Trump had immunity for actions taken in his official capacity as the president. 1 month later, after this decision by the Supreme Court, Jack Smith files a superseding indictment on August 27th, 2024. But Mr. Smith doesn't stop there. He does something unprecedented. On October 2nd, he files a motion with the court before President Trump's defense counsel has even responded to the indictment. Everyone knows the normal process is the government indicts, the defense responds with some motions, and then the government responds to the defense. But Mr. Smith skips the second step. And the brief that he files is 165 pages, almost 4 times the court limit. Even liberal Judge Chutkan, who's given Jack Smith everything he's asked for in the course of this investigation, even she called it atypical and irregular. Now, why would Jack Smith do that? Why would he abandon proper procedure? Why would he ignore court rules? Why would he do that? because he's running out of time. There's an election around the corner. It's coming in 33 days, and he's got to get President Trump. He's got to stop President Trump from running, tie him up in court. He's got to get to trial, or at a minimum, insert an 165-page political document into the presidential campaign. It was always about politics. The good news is
we're here to tell you everything that Jim Jordan is saying that is a lie. All right. First of all, Jack was required, as every special counsel is, to do a report. Majorly, first of all, the reason that Jack Smith even existed in that position was because Dump broke the law. Okay? So the only person at fault for this little boondoggle is Mr. Dump. I don't think Jack will not be telling Jim he's an idiot, but he'll try in a very subtle way. Jack's going to be very careful. And keep in mind, I think, and I don't know, Joe and Gal and others, if you agree, I think Jack wants to be careful because there is potential for bringing additional suits once he's out of office or other things. There is a way to still adjudicate these crimes, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that Jack is aware of that, obviously. And he wants to be really careful about it. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I feel like he's trying to preserve some integrity of the cases because they are very important. Like this is the biggest treason against a country ever. And it's just amazing to me. Yeah, we are going to skip ahead. Whoever said that, next person, easily distracted, you're the best. You're right. We're going to go in future. And we're going to go right to Jamie Raskin.
Chairman, I want to start by recognizing the presence of 4 American heroes here today, 4 of the hundreds of officers who defended us on January 6, 2021, Michael Fanone, Aquilino Ganell, Daniel Hodges, and Harry Dunn. And I thank them for being here today. Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing before the American people. I'm glad that the committee has finally granted you the same chance to report your findings to the American people that every other special counsel investigating an American president has had. The good chairman started by saying, it's all about the politics. Well, maybe for them, but for us, it's all about the rule of law. And who's going to stand by the rule of law, and who's going to oppose it. Now, Mr. Smith, you're one of America's great prosecutors. For nearly 3 decades, you worked for justice under both Republicans and Democrats. The Manhattan DA office, where you prosecuted sex crimes and domestic violence cases. The Eastern District of New York, where you prosecuted murderers, rapists, gangbangers, and other violent criminals. Leading the public integrity section at the Department of Justice, you brought prosecutions against corrupt public officials across the political spectrum. When you went to The Hague as chief prosecutor in the Kosovo trial, you prosecuted war crimes and crimes against humanity perpetrated against thousands of innocent victims. While others may have devoted their lives to corrupt self-enrichment, you have devoted your life to the rule of law and to public service. You've never been prosecuted for anything. You've never been convicted of anything. As far as I can tell, you've never even been the subject of a disciplinary proceeding over the course of your multi-decade career. But Donald Trump says you're a criminal and you belong in prison. He says you belong in prison, not because you did anything wrong, mind you, but because you did everything right. You pursued the facts. You followed the law. You stuck with extreme caution to every rule of professional responsibility. You had the audacity to do your job. Everybody here knows what you did wrong in Donald Trump's eyes and why he says you belong in prison. You found, and I quote from your sworn testimony before the committee, you found proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power. When asked whether you believe the evidence was enough to obtain a criminal conviction against Donald Trump at trial, you had a one-word answer: yes. When asked if Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that took place at the Capitol on January 6th, you said, our view of the evidence was that he caused it and that he exploited it and that it was foreseeable to him. You found that Trump knew he had lost the election. How? Well, his own Attorney General, William Barr, repeatedly told him so and described all of Trump's theories as BS. Trump's top campaign advisors told him he lost the election. Vice President Pence told him he lost the election. More than 60 federal, state, and court decisions, including 8 rendered by judges he appointed to the bench, rejected every outlandish election fraud and corruption claim that he made. Trump himself even privately acknowledged it, gesturing to Joe Biden on TV and saying, quote, "Can you believe I lost to that effing guy?" He knew he lost, but he threw everything into his big lie, which some people, even in this room to this day, will stand by and swear by. Well, when the big lie wasn't enough to convince officials like Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, to commit election fraud and just fine Trump 11,780 votes, when it wasn't enough to convince Trump's DOJ to, quote, just call the election corrupt and leave the rest to me and the House Republicans, when it wasn't enough to force Vice President Mike Pence to announce and then exercise lawless powers to reject electoral college votes and use counterfeit slates to anoint Trump the winner, that's when Trump incited mass violence on January 6th. While more than 140 officers were being brutally assaulted by Trump's mob, while rioters beat them with flagpoles and sprayed them with chemical agents and crushed them in doorways, and while they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and chased the vice president out of the Capitol, Trump and his team worked the phones, calling not the National Guard, which was under the direct unilateral control of Donald Trump, but calling members of Congress, urging them to delay certification and to nullify the election results. Special Counsel Smith, you pursued the facts. You followed every applicable law, ethics rule, and DOJ regulation. Your decisions were reviewed by the Public Integrity Section. You acted based solely on the facts, the opposite of Donald Trump, who now has purported to take over the Department of Justice. He's in charge of the whole thing under his unitary executive theory, and he has revenge, and he doesn't deny it. Our colleagues have complained about the special counsel's review of toll records, which are phone records like a phone bill, showing only the timing and duration of calls and containing no content, no substance whatsoever from the calls. But those records were lawfully subpoenaed because Donald Trump made those members of Congress relevant to the investigation. It was Trump who chose to call them to advance his criminal scheme. As you testified, Mr. Smith, if Donald Trump had chosen to call a number of Democratic senators, we would have gotten toll records for them too. I trust our colleagues get the point because America certainly gets the point. There is much Mr. Smith still can't talk about, though we know he badly wants to. His investigation developed what he calls powerful evidence that Trump stole documents containing our country's most sensitive secrets, hoarded them in the ballrooms and the bathrooms of his well-trafficked Mar-a-Lago social club. He showed them off to visitors, and then he obstructed a federal investigation by instructing his attorney to pluck out anything really bad before turning materials over to the FBI and having his staff delete incriminating security tape footage. But today, we're not going to hear a lot about that because you are gagged by an absurd judicial order rendered faithfully by Trump's most servile and sycophantic appointee to the federal bench, Judge Eileen Cannon. This order not only blocks release of Volume 2 of your report, which is unprecedented, about the classified document scam, it also gags you from discussing the report or its contents with us, with America. And so we don't know what's in it, but it must be pretty devastating because Donald Trump is desperate to keep Mr. Smith or any other DOJ official for all time from ever releasing it to Congress and to the American people. Now, Mr. Smith, if any of our colleagues foolishly choose to attack you and vilify you today, and I know that's not going to happen from some serious prosecutors over there, like Mr. Knott and Mr. Schmidt, who understand what federal prosecutors do and what the rule of law means. But if anybody decides to attack you personally, they will only be revealing their own ignorance of what prosecutors do and their own indifference to what the rule of law requires in America. They will only be stroking the wounded ego of a lawless, twice impeached, convicted felon president who not only unleashed a mob against Congress and his own vice president, but has now pardoned and released into our communities hundreds of extremists, insurrectionists, and cop-beating felons who have proceeded to commit dozens more crimes against the American people since they were pardoned. Mr. Smith, I understand you are a long-distance marathon runner. I read that you're a triathlete who's done more than 100 triathlons and 9 Ironman competitions. You are in the fight for justice and the rule of law for the long distance, for the long haul, and I thank you for that. And we should all try to follow your example.
9
America looks forward to your
Ironmans?
testimony today. I yield back to you,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
SB.
Gentleman yields back
with
without
us.
objection.
I got
All of
it
their opening
twice
statements
baked
will be
today,
included in the
too.
record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Jack Smith was appointed as special counsel on November 18th, 2022. He served until January 7th, 2025. We welcome our witness today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Mr. Smith, you may begin.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss my work as special counsel. I love my country and believe deeply in the core principles upon which it was founded. For nearly 3 decades, I've served as a career prosecutor in both Republican and Democratic administrations. I've handled cases ranging from domestic assault and gang violence to public corruption and election crimes across the United States, and I've prosecuted war crimes overseas. I am not a politician, and I have no partisan loyalties. My career has been dedicated to serving our country by upholding the rule of law. Throughout my public service, my approach has always been the same: follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. Experienced prosecutors know that specific case outcomes are beyond our control. Our responsibility is to do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons. These principles have guided me through my career, including as special counsel. I'm proud of the work my team did, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today to correct false and misleading narratives about our work. During my tenure as special counsel, we followed Justice Department policies, we observed legal requirements, and took actions based on the facts and the law. I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom. As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Democrat or a Republican. No one should be above the law in this country, and the law required that he be held to account, so that is what I did. To have done otherwise on the facts of these cases would have been to shirk my duties as a prosecutor and as a public servant, of which I had no intention of doing. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my team. President Trump has sought to seek revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for having worked on these cases. To vilify and seek retribution against these people is wrong. Those dedicated public servants are the best of us, and it has been a privilege to serve with them. After nearly 30 years of public service, including in international settings, I have seen how the rule of law can erode. My fear is that we have seen the rule of law function in our country for so long that many of us have come to take it for granted. The rule of law is not self-executing. It depends on our collective commitment to apply it. It requires dedicated service on behalf of others, especially when that service is difficult and comes with costs. Our willingness to pay those costs is what tests and defines our commitment to the rule of law and to this wonderful country. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we will now proceed under the 5-minute rule. We have votes coming in any minute now, but I think we'll have time for 3 or 4 members to get their 5-minute questions in before the committee will take a recess to go vote. They are not going to close the vote until we get there. I know that much. So we will start with the gentleman from California. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. When Attorney General Garland appointed you, he cited the particularly sensitive matters at issue and extraordinary circumstances as the reason for appointing a special counsel. What did you take that to mean?
What I understood that to mean is I was to conduct an independent investigation and come to my own conclusions about whether the facts and the law supported a prosecution.
But clearly he was alluding to the fact that we had an investigation into a leading candidate for president. That was part of the extraordinary circumstances. Would you agree?
I will rely on his public statements about that. I understood my role as special counsel was governed by the regulations, which required me to make an independent decision on my own.
So certainly you would agree it was important to approach the investigation with humility and restraint. Is that fair?
Yes, and that's what I sought to do. I sought to
And you thought you possessed those qualities. In fact, you testified at your deposition, quote, "I thought I was the right person for the job." Of course, some disagree. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley, for example, has said, quote, "Jack Smith has a reputation for stretching criminal statutes beyond the breaking point." I assume you disagree with that statement by Professor Turley.
I do disagree with that statement. I think my career speaks for itself. I have been
But that statement was also, and I'm sorry to have to interrupt, I just have a short amount of time. That statement was also echoed by the United States Supreme Court in a unanimous opinion in McDonald versus the United States, where the court overturned convictions that you had pursued against a former governor, criticizing your boundless interpretation of the federal criminal statute. At issue, that opinion was joined by Justices Ginsburg, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan. So do you also disagree with that statement by those justices?
Ginsburg? Wait, what? Ginsburg? What are we talking? Which case is he talking about? I mean, I know he's talking about, I don't know what he's talking about actually, but okay. Okay.
I have conducted my career in a nonpartisan fashion. That particular case, the legal position that the department took, That wasn't my personal position. That was the position of the department.
I see. So, Mr. Smith, I've had the opportunity during my time on this committee to review the work of two special counsels, John Durham, appointed during the Trump administration, and Robert Erb during the Biden administration. And in both cases, they seem to exhibit that humility and restraint that we talked about. But in reviewing in detail the way you conducted this investigation, I see a very different mode of operation. One that sought maximum litigation advantage at every turn, one that repeatedly circumvented constitutional limitations to the point that you had to be reined in again and again throughout the process. For example, shortly after you became special counsel, you issued a subpoena for the phone records of the Speaker of the House of Representatives over a 2-month period, along with for other senators and representatives, even though the public integrity section at DOJ cited litigation risk to doing this. What was that litigation risk?
With respect to the toll record subpoenas that we issued, they were approved by the Public Integrity Section. The Public Integrity Section, in approving those subpoenas, noted the fact that the subpoenas were for records for people who were not targets of our investigation.
But they said there was a litigation risk and you moved forward with it anyway. And not only that, but you also sought orders from judges making it so those who were having their records seized would not know about it. And you even didn't tell those judges that it was members of Congress whose records you were going after, in apparent contravention of a federal statute saying that a telephone provider for a Senate office shall not be barred from providing notice that the records had been requested. Now, if you sought to do that today, would you be able to get away with that, with asking the judges for a non-disclosure order without telling them these are members of Congress?
When we secured these toll record subpoenas, it was done consistent with department policy. You're correct in that that policy has since changed.
They changed the policy based upon the actions that you took.
Breaking news.
Similarly,
Virginia
you issued a
Governor
gag
bribery
order against
conviction
President Trump that the D.C.
overturned.
Circuit Court of Appeals vacated as overbroad. Is that correct?
Well, the
They
D.C.
changed
Court
the
of
law
Appeals,
after the fact, Joe?
in passing on that order, found that it was justified. They narrowed the order, but they confirmed that the phenomenon.
They narrowed the order because it was overbroad. In addition to that, you sought an early trial date that the district court rejected. And when you presented your prosecution memo to Attorney General Garland, it's been reported that he was visibly unimpressed and expressed
thank you so
First
much.
Amendment
I'm sorry.
concerns.
I know what you're
So,
referring
Mr.
to
Smith,
now when
looking at the
Ginsburg
record, I see
said
that
it.
you were reversed and rebuked by the Department of Justice itself, by the Attorney General, by the Solicitor General, by multiple district court justices, judges, by the Court of Appeals, and by the U.S. Supreme Court itself. So my final question is, do you believe that you made any mistakes? Do you have any regrets?
Jack, do people like you? Do you think you're a likable person? Do you think maybe you could have smiled more? Do you think maybe you shouldn't have worn such a short skirt? Do you, Jack? Do you have any regrets? Do you have any regrets? Do you have any tattoos that you wish you hadn't gotten? Or people you wish you hadn't slept with? I mean, things like that. Or maybe like Mr. Jordan, sexual crimes that you may have witnessed that you didn't report. Do you have anything like that in your background, like Jim Jordan does? I don't know. We're just asking. I'm just curious. I'm curious. Color me curious. I'm curious.
Regrets as to how you conducted this investigation?
No.
If I have any regret, it would be not expressing enough appreciation for my staff who work so hard in these investigations. We followed the facts and the law. These people who work for me sacrificed endlessly and have endured way too much for just doing their job. So if anything, I wish that I had thanked them.
I'm the gentleman.
No mistakes. There's that humility. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Yeah, the time the gentleman's right. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good gentleman from California certainly knows, because he was a student of mine, that lawyers go to court and sometimes they win motions and sometimes they lose motions, and there's no crime in any of that. And I'm just sorry that you had to be lectured about humility and restraint by a politician, because we might not be best poised to lecture you on those particular virtues. But let's go to the toll record, since that's been raised, Mr. Smith. First of all, Congress has allowed toll records to be subpoenaed. This committee has actually tried to limit it over the years, and the senators who are whining the most over on the Republican side in the Senate, they never went along with our.
Can the tuberculosis patient next to him please quiet their mic? Can the person who's in the iron lung turn their mic off, please? Thank you. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't know, SP. Someone's gonna do that the whole time. Yep, they're trying to. They're trying to undermine Jamie Raskin. So all they can do is fart and cough, and someone's gonna belch soon. I know it. So wait for that. Here we go.
A determination to try to limit the government's ability to subpoena toll records. So it's perfectly lawful what you did. Explain, why did you want those toll records?
We wanted to conduct a thorough investigation of the matters that was assigned to me, including attempts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power. The conspiracy that we were investigating, it was relevant to get toll records to understand the scope of that conspiracy, who they were seeking to coerce, who they were seeking to influence, who was seeking to help them.
And that's normal investigative practice, right?
In conducting a criminal investigation, securing non-content toll records, as you described, is a common practice in almost any complex conspiracy.
Okay, let's go to something else that I've been hearing over the last week by our colleagues as they've eagerly anticipated your arrival here. They've been saying that there's some kind of First Amendment defense that Donald Trump would have had to the crimes you indicted him for. Is there a valid First Amendment defense to defrauding the public? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to disrupting a federal proceeding? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to violating the voting rights of the people and cheating the public out of a fair election?
The First Amendment is something that we took seriously in our investigation, but the First Amendment does not protect speech that facilitates a crime. Speech that is used to facilitate a crime, a fraud crime in particular, is not protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court precedent on that is clear. This is an issue that we litigated before the district court, and the district court ruled, as I just stated, that it is not in fact protected.
And the case law is perfectly clear on this, right? All frauds are perpetrated by speech, right?
Yes.
All conspiracies are perpetrated by speech. So just because your criminal conduct is brigaded with speech doesn't somehow mean you've got a First Amendment defense against trying to overthrow the government. I mean, the people who attacked the police officers on January 6th were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." I suppose that was political speech, or they were saying, "Stop the steal." Does that mean they've got a First Amendment defense to violent assault against the officers?
It does not.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own attorney general said, there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy, to overthrow an election, to commit crime. He was perfectly clear about that. Back in those days, in fact, lots of people on that side of the aisle, including my good friend, the chairman, denounced the violence that took place on January 6th. The cat's got their tongue these days. My friend Chairman Jordan said, what happened last week was terrible, it was tragic. It's as wrong can be, he said. Republicans, we know all political violence is wrong. I asked my friend Chairman Jordan at a rules hearing, are you also not interested in what happened to us on January 6th? He said, of course, everyone's interested in holding people accountable who did wrong. The FBI is doing that. The Justice Department is doing that, appropriately so. What do you think about the attack on the Department of Justice and the special counsel for doing your jobs?
I think the attack is unjustified. I think the people who worked with me as career public servants are people, they're part of the reason I've been a prosecutor for so long is to work with people like that, not just the prosecutors in my office, but also the agents FBI agents who are heroes, who have served their country not only as agents, but also overseas. I think those attacks are unwarranted based on the facts, and I think that they have no basis in who we are as Americans, as a country. I don't see attacking people like that as anything appropriate.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith, is Cassidy Hutchinson a liar? She was their star witness, January 6th committee, their star witness in one of those staged and choreographed hearings they paid the former president of ABC News to put together. She was, in fact, the only witness at this special prime-time hearing, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening, and she told some stories. I mean, these were some stories. She talked about President lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She had said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
I'm sorry?
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
She said she
Yes.
heard it.
White House Deputy Chief of
Yeah.
Operations, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, right?
I know he wants to
Remember-
find
you
a
know-
gotcha, but
remember what
there's
he
no
said about
gotcha,
it?
Jim.
As I sit here right now, I do not.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. How about
Okay.
Bobby Engel? You familiar with that name?
Who cares?
Yes, I
Jack
am.
didn't make him.
Secret
make her
Service
say
agent
it.
who was actually in the car that day. You know what he said?
It didn't happen.
He said it didn't
Okay.
happen.
That
And they
doesn't mean
both
that-
said the first time they ever heard this story was when Ms. Hutchinson testified in the primetime hearing as their star witness of the
No.
January 6th committee.
Jack, did you hear that? He just said that the two people that worked for the president said that it didn't happen and that they just learned about it when Cassidy said it. Can you believe that? Can you believe that, Jack? Do you fucking believe that shit? Jim is shocked about the wrong things. Why would Jack give a shit how witnesses react, especially witnesses who are supportive of the target of the investigation? Sorry, Tony Ornato is up Trump's asshole so far. He's become one with the colon. I'm sorry. Like, come on. I understand that chuds will be like, oh, yeah, what about it? What about it? Meh, meh. But you're dumb because you literally are parroting lies. And it's just facts. Yeah, Jack Smith wasn't part of the J6 committee. I understand. Jimmy Jordan has a lot of guilt because he watched and knew that students at his college wrestling team, where he was an assistant coach, were being sexually abused. And Jim Jordan, the man you see right there, sitting there, acting like he's all that, literally watched and listened and heard from students who were sexually abused by their coach or by the doctor, by the team doctor, for years. 4 years. Yeah. So, Jim Jordan, you have a lot of explaining to do as to why you would not protect children. Why did you let children be victimized? I don't know. I have questions. Others should have questions too. The voters of Ohio should really have questions. Oh, he's named by that Sasha person. That's right. That Sasha Riley. He did name Jim Jordan. I've listened to a little bit of those tapes, but not a lot of them. And yes, as far as I know, Trump wasn't prosecuted or indicted or even, anything. Nothing was hinging on grabbing a steering wheel. It was another reported testimony. Okay, that's what happens. I'm sorry that people don't make it up. It comes from somewhere. So somebody told Cassidy Hutchinson, and there's a world where I can believe then people told the person who told Cassidy Hutchinson, don't you ever fucking say that again. please.
By the way, did you ever confirm her testimony about this particular
Why
incident?
would he confirm that? Was
We
it relevant?
conducted, as I said before, our own independent investigation of all aspects of the case that we thought was relevant.
so you did?
We, attorneys from my office,
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
we interviewed, or I should say attorneys in my office before.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the
Oh my
seat,
God.
grabbing the steering wheel,
I
this whole
didn't- that wasn't
concoction she
part
brought
of
up in the
my
January 6th
proving
hearing? Did you ever
thing.
confirm that?
Right. We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car, who did not confirm that
Okay.
had happened, but also
In your deposition
stated
to the
that-
committee last month, Mr. Smith, you said this: my recollection with Ms. Hutchinson was a number of the things that she gave evidence on were secondhand hearsay. You remember making that statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was referring particularly to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson, regarding this particular claim, was a second or even third-hand witness. We asked you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you handle cross-examining her if she was on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney and Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was hearsay. You remember saying all that?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
That's correct, right? Were you going to put her on the witness stand if you ever?
So is this what we're talking about? So is this, are you kidding me, Jim Jordan? This is all you got? All you got is that you don't think Jack Smith had evidence beyond Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony? He's already said what you think is a gotcha. It's not a gotcha. He's answering the question. It doesn't even matter. Like, Cassidy Hutchinson had very fuck all to do with the case. Oh my God. Jim Jordan wants to paint it as if everything hinged in the case against Trump hinges on Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony about anything. It didn't. I'm sorry. Her testimony was merely just additional information and investigatory leads, which it sounds to me like he investigated those leads. If they didn't go anywhere, he didn't fucking do anything else. Jim Jordan is really fucking grasping here. And if I were MAGA, I'd be worried, because that proves to me that he does not have any grasp of what will come out. I get it. But come on now. You're trying to tell me that we think Cassidy Hutchinson is the fucking... Yeah, I forgot about Cassidy. Like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, her stuff was salacious, whatever. And the Mark Meadows stuff is much more what I want to hear, because she was Mark Meadows, whatever. So, yeah, come on. I mean, this is pretty weak sauce. I'm just gonna say and which we knew it would be, because the facts are on Jack Smith's side. Sorry, I don't make the rules. That's just the way it is.
We got to trial?
I don't know.
We had not made final determinations as to who
Don't
we were going to call as a
answer
witness.
hypotheticals.
We're still considering her?
We had a large choice of witnesses in this case.
Are you familiar with what Washington Post reporters Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis said in their book? They did this book, 300-some pages book on chronicling the whole investigation of the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page 310. They said, Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims might be relied upon at trial. Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account.
Wait a minute.
Ultimately, how...
Whose book is this? I'm sorry. Whose book is this? Whose book are we reading now? Whose memoir? What the fuck is happening here? This is what you're paying. We're paying taxes for this? We're paying taxes for this? Is that really true? People are down with this kind of shit? You're paying taxes, I'm paying taxes, so this guy can sit there and ask about some fucking novel? Oh, Carol Leonnig. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I mean, Carol Leonnig said Jack Smith had wondered. Okay, Carol Leonnig, go fuck yourself. I don't care. I don't care what Carol Leonnig thought Jack Smith was thinking. Oh my God. I know who Carol Leonnig is. And you know what? She writes books after the motherfucking fact. So fuck Carol Leonnig. How about that? Fuck Carol Leonnig. Fuck Peter Baker. Fuck all those people. They said Jack Smith had wondered. Who's they? Oh my God. I would have a much higher standard if I was a voter from Ohio. Sorry. Well, the guy behind him is the fucking asshole lawyer who concocts most of this bullshit that Jim is saying, by the way. So fuck him too. Go to hell.
Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a witness in court, and Smith agreed. Are Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis, who wrote this, are they lying?
My recollection is that I
would say I don't know what Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis were thinking.
Who we were going to call.
And that's the point. That is the point. The fact that they used her in a primetime hearing and you won't rule out using her, or didn't rule out using her, putting her on the witness stand when everybody knows she wasn't telling the truth, that says it all. That's the degree the left and Democrats were willing to go to get President Trump, putting on the witness stand someone everybody knows is making it up. Everybody knows that. And you were willing to do. By the way, you know how many times Cassidy Hutchinson was mentioned in their report, the January 6th report? Any idea, Mr. Smith?
I do not.
185 times. Someone that the whole country knows wasn't telling the truth, and you were still considering putting her on the witness stand because you had to get President Trump. And everybody can see that. We better take a recess for votes. We will resume as soon as votes are over. Back here 10 minutes after. Mr. Smith, you guys can go back to the room that you were in.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, wow, that was so dramatic. Oh, geez, Jimmy, that was really fucking dramatic. Wow. Wowzy, wow. Oh my God. I 100% believe Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony. It doesn't bother me or surprise me that others around her refused to corroborate her testimony. My God, they would have been killed by the president. Come on. Dempsey's in the house. Yeah. I don't know that. I'm somebody. Jim Jordan does not speak for me, who exists. Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh my God. That was a romance novel. That's what that was. That was, I love you, you're my president, and I'll say anything to make you know how much I love you. I love you. Holy shit. I can't. It's too much. It is too much. Oh, my God. There is such a, oh, okay, that's not on. There's such a lot. There's a lot. Oh, my Lord in heaven. How many votes do they have today for distribution? What does that mean? I mean, not what does that mean, but what I don't know what's going on the floor. Let me see if I can find the floor. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. If that was the big boom, then Jim Jordan, I hope you didn't blow your wad, Jim. I hope that wasn't the wad that you chose to blow. I really do. Oh, my gosh. Elon...
That's a long commitment.
I've been asked,
isn't that 3 years each way?
It's 6 months.
6 months, that's all it is?
Yeah, 6 months, but the planets only align every 2 years.
Der Nazi haircut.
So,
he's got der Nazi haircut.
Yeah, I've been asked a few times, like, do I want to,
oh, yeah.
die on Mars? And I'm like, Yes, but just not on impact.
Well, that's funny because you're.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time.
Afrikaners, I mean.
Hopefully everybody enjoyed this.
Oh, I didn't. But I'm glad I came in
There's
at
so
the
many
end.
myths around Elon
I'm
Musk.
real glad I came in
I
at the
can
end.
tell you he's a great
12
friend.
likes, 28 in chat.
And I
What
constantly
the?
learned so much from him.
Hit the like or the unlike
And I'm
because frankly,
totally inspired
it all
by
helps.
what he has done.
Why don't you get down and suck
Inspired
his dick
who
then?
he is.
I don't know. What?
And I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future.
I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. I love your vision of the future on Mars. The world is cuckoo nut house. And then there was this, and boy, it's just a morning. I'm sorry. I don't make the universe. I just play one on TV. This was Bovino doing some kind of bullshit this morning. Sorry. A press conference. Hey, let me tell you how much of an asshole I am. Yeah, some knee pads from him. Mom said no. Hi, how are you? I hit it every time I changed the chat to all. Aw, you're love.
Charles, thank you for joining us this morning.
Okay, what are you doing? Are we doing... Who are you? You're not Greg Bovino. Oh, there you are.
So yesterday I had the four as well. Minneapolis, 2020 riots.
Are you guys here?
This most current influx of anarchy.
Okay, fuck it. I'm not. I don't even care about him anyway, but I don't want to hear about it. Let's see. I think I have. Let me make sure that we're keeping an eye on that. Oops. All right. And then I have stuff to read to you too, so I can read to you. That's what I can do. That's what I can do right now. That's what I can do. Actually, let's see. How long is this one? No, that's not true. No. How long is this read? It's not going to tell me. Okay, well, I'm going to read this to you while we're waiting for everybody to come back. Don't they have a photo? Yeah, I thought there was some footage that just indicated movement within the car. Listen, I'm sorry. I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night, okay? And whoops. I don't. It is pretty clear to me that there's a higher chance that the people in the car, other than were going to disavow the Cassidy Hutchinson report because, frankly, that's their boss, and they don't want to make their boss mad. And so I could see a very big world where they go, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. Come on now. This is dumb. These people don't have backbones. They're not really willing to tell the truth for the right reasons. They're into self-preservation. This entire administration is into self-preservation. My God, it's a theme. It's not a feature, or it's not a bug. It's a feature. Let me see. Where is the... Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I reposted a post for protesters. They said leaf blowers are great for blowing that green. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Oh my God, I'm sweating. Okay. Today, stray cats. What? Sexy and 17. What is that? Hey, did you guys hear about... Oh, wait. That's what I wanted to read to you. Hold on. Damn it. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I don't mean to be all over the place. But where's the Matt Gaetz shit? Where's the Matt Gaetz shit? God damn it. Did I not bookmark it? Did I not bookmark it? Damn it. Fuck me. God damn it. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, number of leaf blowers. Number of the leaf blowers. Oh, yeah. Leaf blower having... Oh, wait, is this what I was wanting? Is that what I want? You're the one... I love you, Gal Suburban. You are the most amazing person in the world. La, 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 la. La la la. God bless the Florida Bulldog. Hold on. I'm sweating. I don't know why I'm sweating all of a sudden, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Okay. So this is a copy of a release of the House report, ethics report on Matt Gaetz. Remember him? Do you remember Matty Gaetz? Little Matty Gaetz. I think I have a picture of him somewhere. But anyway, so this is little Matty Gaetz's report. And I just want to say that among us is a certain account called Gal Suburban. And I don't know if you know this, but if you followed the Matt Gaetz story or the Joel Greenberg story or any Florida particularly related story in the last 10 years, then you've probably seen some of Gal Suburban's work, because Gal really was the expert when it came to all things Florida fuckery. And she certainly knows the Gaetz family, Daddy Gaetz, as well as the others. And she knows the players, including all the Russians around them. So this is a particularly sweet moment for the Gal Squad, because Gal really drove a lot of the uncovering and work and paid a price for it, right? Got harassed, got stalked by Chuck Johnson, doxxed, driven off of Twitter, all kinds of things, right? Threatened. Her family got doxxed, all kinds of things. So clearly, Gal was right over the fucking target. And we all knew it, and we all cried and laughed along with her. But it's been a hard road. So that's why I will always sing her praises so loudly about what she tried to warn people about and tell people about with facts, not with feelings, with facts. So, Gal's work is extensive, to say the least, when it comes to this. So I thought this was very interesting. I don't know how long. Oh, it's 70 pages. We won't get through all of it. We do love Gal so very much. I love her so much. I just have such tremendous respect for her. I can't even tell you. All right. In the matter of allegations, Mount Rushmore, baby. That's right. That's right, Dempsey. Let's do. Well, actually, I don't want to carve any more into the mountain, but we could do it kind of like like Gal Day. I'd have a Gal Day. I'd have a Gal Day. I want a Gal Day. Can I have that? All right, let's see here. Dare, Mr. Guest. Report on dissenting views. All right. La, 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 la. Letter of transmittal, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I don't think that means anything. Okay. Introduction. Do they have an executive summary? Come on, bitches. What's wrong with you? Okay. Is this like a summary? I really need. Oh, okay, good. Here we go. Excellent. Ah, stop it. I don't like this mouse. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. Boop. Here we go. Sorry. I know I'm a little all over the place today. I'm sorry. Okay. In accordance, blah, 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 blah. On April 9, 2021, the committee announced it was investigating a series of widely reported allegations relating to Representative Matt Gaetz. At the request of the Department of Justice, the committee deferred its review during the 117th Congress after it was organized. For the 118th, they reauthorized its investigation into allegations involving Rep. Gaetz. Specifically, the committee undertook a review of allegations that Representative Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and or illicit drug use. Ouch. Shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds to personal use, and or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift. In June 2024, following extensive fact-finding, the committee determined to continue its review of the allegations of sexual misconduct, illicit drug use, and acceptance of impermissible gifts, and expanded its review to include allegations that Rep. Gaetz may have dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship and obstructed government investigations into his conduct. Ouch! Girl! At that time, the committee determined to take no further action on the allegations relating to the House floor, state identification records, personal use of campaign funds, and acceptance of a bribe or gratuity, because that's just Tuesday in Congress. Okay? That's not special. That's not special. Oh, gosh. Matt Gaetz bragged about crushing up pecker pills and mixing. Oh, God, Jim. Meowing, good morning. Welp, EEOC just voted 2-1 to rescind its guidance on sexual harassment. Erasing trans people yet again results in everyone suffering. That's right. When they are deteriorating rights for trans people who are a particular target of this administration, then it impacts all of us. So people better start fucking caring about rights. Oh, I'm sorry. I knew that was coming because they did some kind of talk about it, whether it was an executive order or something the other day. And the way she looked, I had my wingman Venmo her. She couldn't fly with another. Ooh, when I saw her standing there. I went too low. Bad weather moving in. Better make an inspection at the dispensary. Yes, you better, Jeff. Don't do that. So like a prom dress, I'm off. Woo! It's getting spicy. Okay, here we go. On November 14th, 2024, Rep. Gaetz resigned from the House. Ouch. After President-elect announced his intention to nominate Rep. Gaetz for the position of United States Attorney General. Yeah, in their defense, they just danced and held hands. It was some light petting. That's all. A new card strain called 13 Dresses. Oh my gosh. Nice. Okay, here we go. As a result of Rep. Gaetz' resignation, the committee lost jurisdiction to continue its investigation. You see how that works, people? If you just leave, they can't investigate you. That seems fair, doesn't it? Doesn't that seem fair? That seems fair to me. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know. It sounds fair. I don't know. Just walk away. Just walk away. Rep. Gaetz subsequently withdrew from the consideration for the position of Attorney General. At this time, he has not announced any intent to seek higher office. Really? Okay, well, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. The committee has typically not released its findings after losing jurisdiction in a matter. However, there are a few prior instances where the committee has determined that it was in the public interest to release its findings even after a member's resignation from Congress. You think? The committee does not do so lightly. In this instance, although several committee members objected, a majority of the members of the committee agreed that the committee's findings should be released to the public. When are the Republicans going to stop protecting pedophiles and child rapists? I'm not sure I understand this, because all of you claim to want to save children so very badly, and yet there were a number of people objecting to the release of this information, protecting a pedophile and a rapist. Ugh. In sum, the committee found substantial evidence of the following. I can't imagine they say this very lightly. From at least 2017 to 2020, Rep. Gaetz regularly paid women for engaging in sexual activity with him. In 2017, Rep. Gaetz engaged in sexual activity with a 17-year-old girl. During the period 2017 to 2019, Rep. Gaetz used or possessed illegal drugs, including cocaine and ecstasy, on multiple occasions. Rep. Gaetz accepted gifts, including transportation and lodging, in connection with the 2018 trip to the Bahamas in excess of permissible amounts. In 2018, Rep. Gaetz arranged for his chief of staff to assist a woman with whom he engaged in sexual activity in obtaining a passport, falsely indicating to the U.S. Department of State that she was a constituent. Representative Gaetz knowingly and willfully sought to impede and obstruct the committee's investigation of his conduct. Representative Gaetz has acted in a manner that reflects discreditably upon the House. Based on the above, the committee concluded that there was substantial evidence that Representative Gates violated House rules, federal laws, state and federal laws, and other standards of conduct prohibiting prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, acceptance of impermissible gifts, the provision of special favors and privileges, and obstruction of Congress. Hi, Rissa. How are you? Good morning. Welcome. The committee did not find sufficient evidence to conclude that Rep. Gates violated the federal sex trafficking statute, although Representative Gates did cause the transportation of women across state lines for purposes of commercial sex. The committee did not find evidence that any of those women were under 18 at the time of travel, nor did the committee find sufficient evidence to conclude that the commercial sex acts were induced by force, fraud, or coercion. So it's important. Hi, Kim. How are you? It's important to note that the committee, which you would imagine, because of the gravity of the allegations and probably the limited, it sounds like the limited ability of them to investigate, said as much as they could say based on the evidence that they were able to access. Now, if they're saying this version with the available information, imagine a true investigation into the crimes that Matt Gaetz has been responsible for and what that would uncover. Because this is not a law enforcement investigation that the House Ethics Committee does. They don't have that power. So it's really important to note that. And even given that, understanding what the House is saying in this report is pretty fucking damning. It's pretty fucking damning. So yeah. And I'm just going to say, the fact that members of that party and people who support the MAGA movement or whatever will turn their eyes away from the evidence that Matt Gaetz and friends have engaged in abuse of women, abuse of girls. The fact that they would work so hard to protect a child abuser is shocking to me. And I'm going to tell you right now, anyone who was affiliated with the Trump world, Michael Cohen, hi Kim, how are you? Good to see you, dear. Michael Cohen, Lev Parnas, any of the people who have been out there talking about the fact that they're reformed now, you better open your motherfucking mouths. Because just as people are mad at Michael Cohen for not talking about his role in the Katie Johnson cover-up, right, which is finally coming to light, all right? People need to look at everyone. Lev, I'm looking at you too. You must know things that you haven't talked about yet. So I'm sorry. I'm going to ask every one of them to come fucking clean. Because the fact that this party and their followers and their, like, peripherals and fixers, the fact that they know things, I'm going to tell you right now, Lev Parnas knows things about Rudy Giuliani that we should know. And I like Lev. I think I like him as a person very much. And I think he truly wants to do the right thing. But I think we need to hear more. I think just as he is asking Michael Cohen to tell more about what happened with Katie Johnson and her as a victim of Trump and Epstein, which is proven, at least in part, because of an email that is in the Epstein files that from Michael Cohen's lawyers to the DOJ at the time when Michael Cohen was in prison saying that Michael Cohen had significant information about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, and would that be something that could get him additional consideration for a reduced sentence? That's an email that's in the Epstein files. It's not made up. It's not, you know. So I'm sorry, but I think it's time. I think it's time to really come clean. Some of what Lev knows could get him killed. Well, okay. Here's the thing. A long time ago, when I was a very young girl, I dated a little bit of a local mobster, right? Like just into drugs, into like whatever, kind of hung with the wrong people, right? A bad boy. So I know a little bit about bad boys in terms of what they're motivated by and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to call bullshit. I'm just going to call bullshit. Yeah, you know what? The reason that things can get you killed is because you put yourself in positions where you're doing things that are highly illegal and compromising. Okay? Yeah, I wouldn't get on a plane with certain people. But I'm going to tell you right now, I think that to me is not, I'm sorry, it's not an excuse. I'm only picking on Lev because, he's one of the people I know that is out of Trump world, and, perhaps I'm going to tell you right now, you cannot convince me that Lev does not have more information that we need to know about Rudy Giuliani and his activities in Ukraine. You cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that. Yeah, of course he did. He said he's done crimes. I know. Have you ever lived in New York City? I have. I've lived in Brooklyn. I've lived in Manhattan. I also know people like Lev. Like, this is like, oh my God. It's sophomoric to me that we would think, oh, he was just a normal guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. Bullshit. Bullshit. He's a hustler, and that's fine, man. The world is full of hustlers. But I'm going to tell you right now, I need more. And if you don't have any more, then just say, I don't have any more. Just say it. I don't have any more. But, I think all of them, any one of the people who have been part of Trump world in significant ways that have information that they have not yet shared in some way, shape, or form, need to figure out how to fucking share that information. Sorry. Because here we are. And you want to know why? You want to know why I think it's so important? I'll tell you why. Hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you why I think this is so important. This is why I think this is important. I'm sure I will find it very easily here, actually, because the picture, yep, it's right here. Yep, this is why I think it's really important. This is why. This is why I think it's important. Yeah, it's 2026, too late. This is why I think it's important, because I can't get this kid's face out of my fucking head. I cannot get that little tiny face out of my fucking head. And I'm trying all the time. I'm trying even not to look at this picture all the time. But I absolutely can't take the fact anymore that right now, today, right now, this minute, this 5-year-old, this little boy is sitting in a detention center in Texas. That's why people like Lev and other people need to really convince me that they've said everything that they had to say. Or if they have videos or pictures or anything. Because this little boy is sitting in a detention center in Texas right now without his mom. I don't know if he's with his dad. I don't know if they separate them. I don't know what happens because I'm not there. But that little boy was coming home from school when he was abducted and made to actually check in his own house to see if there were other people that needed to be abducted. And now he doesn't. Can you imagine? His mom didn't know for an hour where he was at all. Can you fucking imagine that? I'm sorry. I can't. So all you pigs, all you fucking pigs, All you useless fucking humans who think that ICE is doing something. How fucking dare you? I hate you. I truly hate you. I hate you so much. And I will still fight for your rights, but damn you to hell. Damn you to a hell of your own making. Where's the Save the Children crowd? Where are they? Where are they? I don't know. I don't get it. Where are they? Where are they? Where are the Save the Children? Where are the... Because this little boy either will or will not come home, because there are people who have been completely disappeared. And you can't turn your eyes away from it. So yeah, I'm going to keep saying things about people that might, I mean, I'm not going to be popular. That's fine. I get it. It's not, that was true before this. But I'm going to keep saying what I need to say. It's not even what needs to be said. It's what I need to say. Because I can't personally handle the conflict in my heart from seeing things like this. And if you're not absolutely fucking over it, like, I don't even know what your worldview is. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. And you know what? It doesn't. It also is. I care as much about the full-grown adults who are being kidnapped as I do about this baby. But this baby, you just feel his fear, right? As a mom, as a parent, I don't care who you are, actually. I don't care who you are, okay? You feel the fear of this child who is now not knowing what is happening. He's 5 years old. Think of if you've had a 5-year-old in your life, think about what they could do to conceptualize something like this happening. What are we doing? What is this? This is sick. This isn't justice. This isn't rule of law. I don't even care if it's a single man who is, working in, I don't know, wherever. That's not human. I don't want people just taken off the street. And yes, you know what else we need to make a really big deal about is the secret ICE memo about using this fucking fake warrant to enter into people's homes, and the fact that people were told. That's a fucking crime. And people should be held accountable. Kristi Noem should be impeached, removed, indicted, and imprisoned. Tom Holman, same thing. Stephen Miller, Nuremberg. Look at that baby. Look at that baby. The Columbia Heights Public School District said federal agents have detained 4 of its students in 4 separate incidents over the last 2 weeks. One child is a 5-year-old boy who attends a district elementary school and was used as bait to draw family members out of their home. Why detain a 5-year-old? You can't tell me that this child is going to be classified as a violent criminal, Zena Stenvik, the Columbia Heights superintendent, told reporters Wednesday. According to Stenvik, masked agents apprehended 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos in his driveway on Tuesday. I'm not going to be able to make it.
Committee will come to order. Gentleman from ranking members recognized for unanimous consent request.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman, and this just goes to the question of the hypothetical witness at the trial that didn't happen. New York Times, May 1, 2024, Trump acknowledges he wanted to go to the Capitol on January 6th.
Without objection.
Carol Leonnig, who you quoted, Carol Leonnig outlines Tony Ornato's history of lies. That's June 30, 2022.
Without objection.
In July 1, 2022, the men disputing Hutchinson's testimony are two of Trump's biggest acolytes. And finally, June 29, 2022, CNN, Cassidy Hutchinson stands by her testimony amid pushback. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, over the past few years, Republicans have waged constant attacks on you. Donald Trump has said you are totally compromised, a political hitman, a left-wing radical, a criminal, a fully weaponized monster, and that you should be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country. Just this week, he called you a sick bastard. Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying what I think of Donald Trump. But he is not the only one to launch attacks against you. Chairman Jordan has accused you of abusive surveillance and accused you and your team of partisan and politically motivated prosecutions. Despite the mountain of evidence that you laid out in the special counsel's report and in your court filings, President Trump's supporters are convinced that the only reason your team tried to hold him accountable is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished career with the Justice Department, including serving as the chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section for 5 years. While leading the Public Integrity Section, you led investigations and prosecution of public figures and political leaders from both parties, Republicans and Democrats. Can you give us a couple of examples?
Sorry about that. During my time as the chief of public integrity, I investigated cases involving both Republicans and Democrats. The standard in all of those cases was the same: follow the facts and the law. Didn't matter what party you were in, it mattered the facts of the case. In doing that, there were cases I brought against Democrats and cases I brought against Republicans. There were also cases that I investigated and did not bring against Democrats and Republicans. Party affiliation played no role in my investigations. I can think of multiple cases of prominent members of Congress that we investigated who were Republicans who, upon reviewing the law and the facts, I decided not to go forward in those cases. And the same could be said with people on the Democratic side. I've always tried to follow the facts and the law in my career.
When it comes to deciding whether to pursue a criminal prosecution of an individual, what factors do you consider?
The primary factors are the facts and the law. As a federal prosecutor, in making a prosecutorial decision, you're guided by the federal principles of prosecution, which guide one not only to look at the facts and the law, but the federal interests. And that is exactly what we did in this case, as set forth in my final report.
Does partisan politics play a role in your decision whether or not to prosecute someone?
None.
To be clear, did partisan politics play a role in your decision to charge Donald Trump?
It did not.
What does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies? What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
I think it weakens the rule of law in our country because it weakens the mechanism for us to prosecute, among other things, corruption. When there is political prosecutions targeting people because they're enemies of the president, the department loses credibility and it can't do its job in all sorts of cases.
According to your deposition before this committee, it sounds like your problem was not determining if you had enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, but rather that you might have had too much evidence and struggled to determine how to present a clear narrative to a jury. How would you characterize the evidence against Mr. Trump about inciting an insurrection against the laws of this country? Did you have too much?
Well, with respect to presenting the case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him, and who wanted him to win the election. These included state officials, people who worked on his campaign, and advisors. I will say, however, with respect to the charge of insurrection, we did not charge that. As I set forth in my report, well, I believe that there is, courts have found that that was an insurrection and that there's a reasonable interpretation, a reasonable prosecutor could interpret the evidence to support that charge. I chose not to do that, looking at the facts in the law. I thought the charges we brought were appropriate, given the evidence that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your decades-long public service and for working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law. Those who attack and smear you and your team in order to protect Donald Trump should be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, do you see criminals to my left? You don't see any. Do you see people who are committing crimes because they continue to believe things that just aren't true?
You've been this age since I was a kid.
That's paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true.
What?
If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud, or in some other way a number of items led to his defeat, when in fact he should have won according to the Constitution, does that make him a criminal?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a completely... When did you stop beating your wife? Like, what? This guy's getting reorged out. Fuck yeah, Grace Lisa. Fuck Daryl Issa. I really thought... This guy, Daryl Issa has been this age since I was a child, and I'm 62 years old, okay? So either he's got a painting in his attic that looks like crap. Well, yeah, what is he even saying? That by the Constitution, the president should have won 2020? Are you fucking high? What an idiot. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, I'll praise Prop 50. Hell yeah. Oh, sweet. Gerrymander me, baby. No, I'm just kidding.
Sir,
No, that's a yes or no, please, Mr. Smith. These people here are continuing to grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works, or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong.
I have Facebook? I didn't know I had Facebook.
You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not, and to advocate for something, whether it's true or not? Do you understand that in addition to your oath to the Constitution, that that's one of the things the First Amendment allows for, isn't it?
yes, sir.
Okay, so if you know that people have a right to opine, lobby for, assert, do everything they can legally to ask for people to...
The problem is, Daryl, is that there is evidence of a conspiracy to overturn the election, at the center of which is your boy. Okay? I'm sorry, Daryl. I know you want to argue the 2021 arguments all over again. I get it. It's easy. It's just like riding a bike. You get on, you start lying. But unfortunately, Daryl, we all have eyes and ears and brains to understand that the evidence was very clear that there was a conspiracy to overturn the election, and that when it didn't work the first time, they called in the chuds to help distract so that they could figure out, or they could execute Plan B. Okay? So stop. It's quaint. And the Fox News people will love it because no chud is watching this. I can guarantee you. They can't be bothered. So, okay, continue, Daryl, really.
To make different decisions, then
Go
why
fuck
is it you
yourself,
saw criminal conduct on behalf of a president who believed he didn't win? Chairman Jordan and myself have something in common along with a number of others here. We saw wrongdoing, and on January 6th, we voted not to confirm 2 states because they had violated the U.S. Constitution in how they selected who got ballots. And yet, you're going to come here and say, oh, I just followed the law. When you went after these people and you said, well, technically I can do that, you didn't see any selective nature or any separation of powers under the Constitution to spying on the activities and the conversations of the Speaker of the House? To what end would conversations between the Speaker of the U.S. House, third or second in line to be the President, and the President, in what basis would it be any of your business other than you believe that there was a conspiracy without conspiracy as a basic premise? You, like the President's men for Richard Nixon, went after your political enemies. Maybe they're not your political enemies, but they sure as hell were Joe Biden's political enemies, weren't they? They were Harris's political enemies. They were the enemies of the president, and you were their arm, weren't you?
No.
No. Oh, great. So you spied on the Speaker of the House and these other senators and so on, and informed no one, and in fact put in a gag order so they couldn't discover it. If they were not subjects of a conspiracy investigation, why did Congress, a separate branch that you, under the Constitution, have to respect, why is it that no one should be informed, including the judges? As you went in to spy on these people, did you mention that you were spying on seeking records so you could find out about when conversations occurred between the U.S. Speaker of the House and the President? Did you inform the judge, or did you hold that back?
My office didn't spy on anyone.
Wait a second. The question I asked you, Mr. Smith, was pretty straightforward. Did you withhold that information from an Article III judge in the process of taking the records of the Speaker of the House?
We complied with Department.
Did you hold back
Mr. Chairman,
that
would you please instruct the gentleman to allow the witness to answer the questions?
It's not your time. I'd like my time back.
Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly done that in the past. The witness has the right to answer the question.
And there'll be due time to answer the question. Would you please put my time back and let me finish this? Mr. Smith, I asked you a question and you were not responsive to it, and I want you to be responsive to it. Did you, whether you think it was legal or not, whether you think it was right or not, did you withhold the name of Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, when you were seeking records on Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, or Jim Jordan, the chairman of this committee?
At the time the gentleman is...
No, please give me back the
seconds.
time that was taken away.
Time has expired, but we're going to let the witness answer your question because it's an important question. The witness can respond.
We did not provide that information to the judge when we requested a non-disclosure order, consistent with the law and consistent with Department
Mr. Chairman, the amazing thing here today is that we have an admission that an Article
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's time has expired by now 34 seconds.
It gets more than 5 minutes.
How many times you interrupt me?
The time belongs to the gentleman from California, but it has expired.
I will be brief in my address to the chairman. We have the evidence that an Article I representative on behalf of the president withheld that Article III.
Mr. Chairman, I would be granted the same leniency.
And with that, I yield back in disgust of this witness.
Sticking with California, the gentlelady from California is now recognized.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here today. Earlier the chairman spent a lot of time talking about Cassidy Hutchinson, who we know was just one of many witnesses. It's important to note that there was testimony that she was told something by Mr. Ornato, not that she had personal knowledge. And of course, Mr. Ornato was of very questionable veracity. We had testimony from a Metropolitan Police Department official about an argument, a big argument that the president was having about going to the Capitol. And in fact, the vehicle was delayed going back to the Capitol while that argument occurred. But having said that, I want to focus on something my colleagues across the aisle seem to want to ignore. The fact that your investigation into President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election was built on testimony from members of the Republican Party. In fact, last week, the New York Times published grand jury transcripts from Georgia that show the same pattern in Trump's Georgia criminal case. Georgia's Republican Attorney General Chris Carr testified that he told, quote, and this is a quote, "We're just not seeing the things that you are seeing." And the late Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, also a Republican, testified that Trump's fake elector scheme was, quote, "the craziest thing I've heard." And then there's Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the president's closest allies. In his secret grand jury testimony, Senator Graham told the jurors, quote, "I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short," unquote. And then he said this, quote, "If you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it." Martians, that's from Senator Graham speaking under oath. So here's my question. Mr. Smith, in your deposition with this committee, you testified, and here's a quote, "Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party." Also, that the president's closest allies are telling him that his claims of election fraud are wrong. And so I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
Yes. There were witnesses who I felt would be very strong witnesses, including, for example, the Secretary of State in Georgia, who told Donald Trump the truth, told him things that he did not want to hear, and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew how the elections were conducted in these states, and I believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them in their lives, my experience as a prosecutor over 30 years is that witnesses like that are very credible, and that jurors tend to believe witnesses like that because they pay a cost for telling the truth.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
I don't like questions like this.
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation.
And that's the best answer.
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to stay in power, no matter how fantastical, he would latch on to those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who are some of the Republican witnesses who told you that who told President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false? Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses. They ranged from people on his campaign team who had wanted him to win, were employed to help him win the election. They included state officials, state Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his co-conspirators to provide evidence to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong
Blue
evidence from a
stick, bringing
variety
the
of
heat on
sources.
Time of the
ISA.
gentlelady has expired.
Mr. Chairman, with my fellow Californian, you were allowing the witness
Yeah, it's a
to
good
answer.
question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
I've given him 30 seconds extra, the gentlelady 30 seconds extra. If the gentleman can be concise and finish up here quickly, we will allow him to finish.
Yes, sir. And just conclude saying we felt that constituted powerful evidence of the knowing falsity of his statements in furtherance of the fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield back, noting the presence of officers who were severely
Got
attacked,
nothing to yield back. You're a minute over. The gentleman from
protecting
Texas.
our lives on January 6th.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, in January of 2023, did you subpoena then Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's toll records?
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes, you did. And the subpoena covered the time period between November 2020 and January 2021. Is that right?
I'm sorry, sir, could you say that again?
We're not going to delay like this. The subpoena covered the time.
Oh, this is Brandon Gill, and I have a lovely picture of Brandon and his wife, Danielle D'Souza. That's right. This douche whistle. this Walmart Clark Kent. This Walmart, I don't even know, Henry Cavill. He is married to the daughter, and she's a Nazi. If you've heard her speak, and I have, woof. Yeah, she's bad. She's worse. Anyway, that's Dinesh D'Souza's daughter, Danielle. Isn't that cute? The alliteration. That's so cute. Anyway, yep, that's right. These two. I couldn't think of a better couple to be together and procreate in just a very minute fashion. It's the great value Patrick Bateman. That's right. I forgot Max. That's perfect. Brandon Timu Cooch. Anyway, this is Brandon Gill, and he's a fucking asshole. And he's a really good actor. I mean, for a maggot. But he married this cunt, and she's a cunt, and I don't have any problem calling her that. All right.
Period between November of 2020 and January 2021. How many days after Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker did you subpoena his records?
I don't recall, but those two things had nothing to do with one
It was
another.
16 days after becoming the highest-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives. You subpoenaed his toll records. Do you agree that that might reasonably be considered a violation of the speech or debate clause?
I do not, and I want to be clear that the toll
You were
records-
collecting months' worth of phone data on the Republican Speaker of the House, the leader of the opposition, right after he got sworn in as Speaker, all around the time of a major vote. That sounds like a flagrant violation of the speech or debate clause to me, and I think most people agree with me. And Speaker McCarthy had no recourse, did he? Because you issued a non-disclosure.
Do you notice how they have to say that really fast? Like, everyone would agree with me. They have to say it really quiet and really fast. Why is he asking questions he knows the answers to? Well, and also, why is he asking such, when did you stop beating your wife questions? What is that? I don't even... Yeah, also, don't they all hate Kevin McCarthy? I thought everybody hated Kevin McCarthy. I don't even have a stupid picture of Kevin anymore. That's how irrelevant he is. Kevin.
Order ensuring that neither he nor any of the American people knew about these subpoenas. Is that right?
The non-content toll record subpoenas, we did secure non-disclosure orders for those subpoenas.
You did, and let me ask you, Mr. Smith, at the time you secured those non-disclosure orders, was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
The non-disclosure order was based on concerns about...
Was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
He was not.
He was not. Then why did your non-disclosure order refer to him as a flight risk? It says right here, the court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in flight from prosecution.
The court finds. The court finds. I didn't know Jack was the prosecutor and the judge. I mean, that's pretty talented. That's very talented.
Sir, when securing a non-disclosure order, the risks don't have to be
You
associated.
think that the Speaker of the House is a
Finish
flight
answering
risk?
the question?
No, this is not your time. This is my time. You think the Speaker of the House is a flight risk? You think he's going to hop on a plane and leave the country?
No, the court
No,
said
what
that.
I was trying to explain is with respect to a non-disclosure order, the risks aren't necessarily associated with the subscriber to the phone. They're the risks to the investigation.
I think that you were using, this was clearly in reference to Speaker McCarthy, and you were using clearly false information to secure.
What you're experiencing right now, Brandon, what you are experiencing is, I'll tell you, let me show you. This is what you're experiencing right now, Brandon. Hold on. Those are feelings. Those are feelings. And feelings can be real. Don't get me wrong, Brandon. Feelings are very, very, very real. Your feelings are super real right now. And I think what you're really feeling, if I had to, like, have a gun to my head type of thing, I would say what you're really feeling is a little bit of tingly excitement down in your no-no square because you are performing for Daddy and Mommy and Wifey and their favorite people, the other assholes like Dump and all those people. Anyways, I'm saying, Brandon, feelings are real. But what is also real are facts. And I'm sorry, but you're on the wrong side of this. I'm sorry, Mr. Spock's kitty. I will stop now.
All right. Yeah. Brandon, those are feelings. Feelings. Maggots have such feelings. Trying to oppress their feelings so real. Feelings. Maggots have feelings. Stop scratching that. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Brandon, continue.
Your non-disclosure order to hide from Speaker McCarthy and from the American people the fact that you were spying on his toll records. But I've got more, so let's move on.
Yeah, Mark
in May of
Rutta's not making
2023, you
me
also
these
issued
days. I'd
subpoenas
still
for
sleep
toll
with them. I'm
records
not- don't
of
get me
9
wrong.
U.S. senators and an additional representative. Is that right?
I don't have to like you.
In May of 23, we did issue.
You did, and there were non-disclosure orders in conjunction with those subpoenas as well, right?
That's correct, consistent with department policy and the law.
So again, nobody would know what you were doing. The senators would, and the representatives would, and the American people wouldn't know what you were doing. Is that right?
The toll records that we secured and the non-disclosure orders were consistent with policy and consistent
And you
with
knew
the
whenever you were
strategy.
doing that there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. Is that right?
The toll record subpoenas that we secured were with the concurrence of the public integrity.
Your own analysis says that you knew there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. I have it right here. This is an email from John Keller at Public Integrity Section to your team. As you are aware, quote, as you are aware, there is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative calls.
Since Brandon isn't going to read the whole thing, I'll read it because he's only highlighted a couple sentences. Anyway, as you are aware, there is some litigation risk regarding, this is a consult. This is a consult email, which means that I think that lawyers talk to other lawyers to make sure that their approaches are sound, right? That makes sense to me. Sounds good. PIN, okay, As you are aware, concurs in the subpoena, okay. There is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative calls violates the speech or debate clause in the D.C. Circuit. See this, blah, blah, blah. On the proposition, the case law is clear that the legislator asserting the invasion of the speech and debate clause privilege by use of a grand jury subpoena to a third party may intervene and oppose such use, Even putting aside the government's potentially meritorious argument that the calls over the relevant period, especially unsolicited incoming calls, would not constitute protective legislative acts, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, the litigation risks should be minimal. That sounds like a pretty standard consult on the risks and benefits of a certain approach or a certain investigative tool. I don't think it's as spicy as they would like you to believe. It seems standard. And they took a risk. They also, he will remind you, and I will too, is that the toll records were for the incoming and outgoing calls, not the content of those calls. And that is because they were trying to corroborate other stories about information. Yeah, incoming calls aren't, and that's, sorry, you're right. Excuse me, I should read that part because that's actually like the, wait, where does it say that? Because I thought I heard you say that. Oh, even putting aside the argument that the calls over the relevant period, especially unsolicited incoming calls, would not constitute protected legislative acts, right? So I guess that's the advice that they got. I mean, come on. Sorry. It's just not the smoking gun that everybody wants it to be.
Violates the speech or debate clause in the D.C. Circuit. That's from your own analysis right there. So you did know, didn't you?
Sir, with respect to the item you just put up on the screen, the last sentence states...
we're going to get to the last sentence.
Okay.
We're going to get to the last sentence. And you cite case law in here, quote, the bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. Is that right? Or do you think that you didn't have to abide by that precedent?
To be clear, this statement is not from my office. This is the statement of the Public
This is your
Integrity Section.
justification for those subpoenas and NDOs that you ordered. This was part of your analysis. It's a cursory analysis. I think it's worth noting. But let's get to that last sentence then. Quote, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, the litigation risk should be minimal here. In other words, you're using a novel legal theory, which you knew was novel, has never been tested by any court. You're not charging any of these members. Nobody's going to know about it because you issued NDOs. Nobody's going to sue about it, so who cares? We're going to do it anyways. I mean, you walked all over the Constitution throughout this entire process.
Chairman, the gentleman's...
Whoa, that's a leap and a fucking half. That's a leap and a fucking half. Yikes. You should write romance novels, I think. Yes, Dempsey, they should ask if they tapped the phones. People understand that more than no content was captured. Yeah, I agree with that. I know. What a fucking actor. What a crisis actor Brandon is.
Time's expired. On members of Congress, and you know it. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Oh, yeah, you too.
Gentleman yields back.
You want to know
not going to be charged. They're not going to see it. They're not going to know because we're not going to tell them. So let's go ahead and do it. Is exactly what happened. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, it's great that you've been allowed to come here and testify to the American public. Is there anything you'd like briefly to discuss that Mr. Gill brought up on the reasons why you needed those phone records and the limitations that you thought might have been on you and the prosecution to risk the investigation?
Sure, and I would begin by pointing out that the email that was referenced wasn't a justification from my office. It was an email from the Public Integrity Section to my office approving the subpoenas. The subpoenas that we secured with non-disclosure orders from a judge because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in the classified documents case, but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses during the course of the conspiracy itself. There were election workers who had their lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his co-conspirators. I had a duty to protect witnesses in this investigation. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed when we went forward in this case and Donald Trump suggested that one witness should be put to death and then also issued a statement to the effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat to witnesses and individuals involved in that proceeding. Given that sort of threats, it was, in my view, completely appropriate to protect the integrity of the investigation, to protect against destruction of evidence, and to protect the witnesses in our case.
And just make clear, you did not see any of the discussion. There was not any, it was just the content that they made a call to the president and vice versa, but nothing about any content whatsoever.
That's correct. A toll record subpoena gives you who a call is from, who it is to, and the length of that call. It does not tell you the content of what people are speaking about.
You felt that you had a case that was one that you would win beyond a reasonable doubt, no moral certainty. Is there anything in your facts that you had that you would have used at trial that you believe has not been presented to the public in the past or have been misrepresented to the public?
Is there anything...
Essential facts that you had that you felt would have resulted in a conviction of the president on the charges that he was indicted upon?
No, because I'm going to bring it.
My report, the report of our case, the final report, summarizes the evidence, I think, in a way that is gives a fair rating of the strength of the case.
And you have no question but have been successful before jury?
My review of the case, I came to the conclusion we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We were ready, willing, and able to go to trial in the case. Of course, as I said in my opening statement, prosecutors can't control outcomes, but I felt confident in pursuing the case to trial.
Did Merrick Garland ever pressure you to bring an indictment or to do anything in your investigation?
No.
Did anybody else in the administration, President Biden, Vice President Harris, et cetera?
I was given the independence to conduct my investigation, and I came to the decision to bring charges in this case without undue influence from anybody in the department.
And you dropped the case. Why did you drop the case?
The cases against Donald Trump were dismissed pursuant to department policy.
Department policy, the Office of Legal Counsel said if somebody's president, you can't bring a charge against them or they can't be held liable. Is that correct?
That's correct. There had not been a case of this nature ever where someone was elected president with charges pending, and so that was slightly different. So we consulted with with the Office of Legal Counsel, and they determined pursuant to policy that the cases needed to be dismissed.
And you weren't pleased with that, but you had to follow the law, and that's what you did.
We followed policy throughout my investigation. My job was not to set policy, my job was to follow it, and that's what we did.
I want to thank you for your service. I think you're a great American, and you came out of this as being somebody who people can respect and look up to in a fashion that we should be instilling people's desire to go into justice, to go into law, and to go into government. And you're an example of the type of person they should follow. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Smith, there's something that's really bothering me since your deposition. It's how and why you got the position of special counsel.
God, Grothman, you want to know what bothers me? The fact that I cannot get over that I think someone should check your hard drive. Ever since I saw this guy Grothman, I am grothed out by him. He's so disgusting. And I went on his social media way back when he first popped up, like a little boil that he is. And I started looking at his social media, and he is just like, I'm at every state fair. I'm holding the baby pig. I'm doing all this stuff. Grothman is so weird, and I'm sorry. He creeps me the fuck out. So, but let him continue, and you judge for yourself.
And your personal relationship with Marshall Miller. Let's go back to 1999 when you were working for the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York. Is that when you first met Marshall Miller?
Yes.
So after ED New York, did the two of you ever work together
is that Eminem?
again prior
Is
to
that
becoming
Eminem?
special counsel?
Hi, TJ is here.
According to
How are
the
you,
public
dear?
bios for you and Mr. Miller, you overlapped at DOJ from 2014-15 when you were chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section and Mr. Miller was chief of staff for DOJ's Criminal Division. Is that accurate?
Did you guys throw spitballs at the ceiling?
I believe that is accurate, yes.
Okay, so were the two of you social outside of work?
Yes, I'm the Slim Shady.
I would say intermittently, yes.
Okay, but after 20 years of knowing each other, it's safe to say you were friends, correct?
Yes.
Do you guys,
Okay, so let's fast forward to
I don't know, watch
2022.
Real Housewives
Mr.
together?
Miller is appointed
Netflix
Principal
and chill?
Associate Deputy Attorney General at DOJ, the number 3 at DOJ. You call your friend to congratulate him, and according to the deposition transcript, you say you'd be interested in a position at DOJ. Is that correct?
Yes. What I recall is
You're a
that
lawyer.
I expressed an interest in.
You're a lawyer and you wanted to work at the Department of Justice. Would you say was that true? I rest my case, Your Honor. You're a lawyer in the public interest and you want to work at the Department of Justice. Why? Were you thinking ahead? And why weren't you always at the Department of Justice? Did they fire you?
If the right position came up, I would be interested in
But
considering.
at that point, there's no discussion about special counsel. Is that correct?
Oh my God.
This is some time ago, and so I don't have a specific recollection of all these conversations.
So you were first approached about special counsel and that role before the 22 midterm elections. And according to the deposition transcript in
Which
October
was a year too
of
late.
2022, you fly to D.C., meet with the AG and the Deputy Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, I flew to D.C.
You met with your potential
in October,
boss?
and I met the Deputy Attorney General, and also I met the Attorney General.
So in multiple conversations with your friend Marshall Miller, he never once tipped you off that the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General have you on the short list for special counsel? That never came up?
Did he tell you? Did he gossip?
Again, this was some time ago, but my recollection
Who gives a
is
shit?
I came to Washington
I'm
and
not
I
sure
met
why I
with
give a
those
shit.
individuals as well as the Human Rights Section. Marshall Miller is the person who set that up.
So he was at the meetings. Was he at the meetings? So just to tie all this together, you've known Mr. Miller since you were both AUSA in New York. You stayed in touch over a 20-year career in federal government. He gets a job with the Biden administration, and just a few short months later, you're offered the role of special counsel. I'm having a hard time believing that this is some big coincidence and that there wasn't a back and forth on the special counsel. So maybe you never received directives explicitly from the AG or the Deputy Attorney General, but was Marshall Miller, did he become a two-way conduit throughout the investigation with DOJ?
No, and I would not take direction from a political person, a political figure, about how I should conduct an investigation.
But you never spoke to him throughout the entire time you were conducting the investigation?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was
Okay.
that he was, I think you asked if he was a conduit of information. He was present, to my recollection, at meetings, briefings that I had with the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General during my time as special counsel.
I mean, I don't want to assume anything, but Mr. Miller wanted you in that position, not because you're necessarily the best lawyer he ever met, but because of the long-term friendship that you have with him.
What I can tell you is I have been a prosecutor for 30 years. I have been an apolitical public servant for 30 years. I've prosecuted cases against Democrats and Republicans, all the same. I've had.
Is he saying Jack Smith is a DEI hire? Is that what this is? Is that what this is? Or it's favoritism and that makes, wait, what? Is he saying Jack Smith is a DEI hire? Is he falling into that? That somehow Jack wasn't qualified to get the job, but he did anyway. It's probably bearded men. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's all the bearded men. It's the bearded men conspiracy. He's alleging cronyism. Well, does that change the facts of the case? Does cronyism... It sounds like a pretty typical job recruitment thing. Yeah. I mean, this guy couldn't be more mayonnaise. Yeah. Anyway, the Hague experience is so Mickey. I know, right? Like whatever. I don't know. He's a pretty accomplished lawyer and worked in the public interest and blah, 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 blah section. And frankly, I don't know why. He seems like a pretty good lawyer to me. I don't know. And he seems like a pretty decent guy. Yeah, maybe I'd want to work alongside him because it'd be fun because he likes to play darts on Friday. I don't know. Who knows?
In my view,
how about that?
The experience necessary for this position, and that's why I accepted
You got
it.
along with your bosses?
So he
Shame
knew
on you.
that you would pursue, I mean, he had to have an idea that you would pursue exactly what the Biden administration wanted, which was criminal charges against President.
No, actually, that's the last thing that grown-ups would assume about taking on a role to investigate as a special counsel. I think that's actually the last thing, because that would mean that you're a Republican. No, I mean, that would mean that you are not approaching the investigation objectively. And unfortunately, I know facts are pesky. I get it. Oh, man. Grossman, I get it. I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, the facts will out. It doesn't matter who had beers with who crocheted a trivet for someone once. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the facts that your guy, who doesn't care about you, by the way, because you're not central casting, unless we're looking for Chester the molester.
President Trump.
I think that anybody who knows me well knows the idea that I would take direction from a political figure about how an investigation should come out. I don't think anybody who knows me thinks that's true.
Well, Chairman Jordan, I think the next deposition should be with Marshall Miller at this point. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
And now I got to go take a big old poop. So I'll be back after I take a big dump in the congressional bathroom. Oh my God. I hate this timeline.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And while we are deposing Marshall Miller, maybe we can depose Donald Trump about why he chose his personal lawyer to be the head of the DOJ. On January 6, 2026, the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the White House launched a taxpayer-funded website that attempts to rewrite history about what happened on that day of infamy. On January 6, 2021, there was an insurrection at the United States Capitol that resulted in a police officer dying the next day, another 4 officers dying by suicide in the months thereafter, with at least 140 police officers being injured by the insurrectionists, with 15 of them requiring hospitalization. And I'm proud that we have 4 former officers as well as on-duty Capitol Hill police officers here today. Mr. Smith, I want to ask you about this website because the Trump administration is using taxpayer dollars to lie to the American people about the events leading up to and the events taking place on January 6, 2021. For example, this Trump propaganda site claims that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during in our case.
But yet, here we see that on the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the Trump White House propaganda machine is still promoting the stolen election theory on this government webpage with a text box titled, quote, fraudulent election, stolen election certified, end quote. The site also has a subsection reading in part, quote, FBI entrapment operation exposed. Mr. Smith, did your investigation develop any evidence to support the allegation that the FBI entrapped insurrectionists into committing crimes on January 6th?
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump is the person who caused January 6th, that it was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to exploit the violence.
This website also accuses you of being a, quote, Biden prosecutor who brought, quote, weaponized charges against Mr. Trump. Mr. Smith, were you a Biden prosecutor who weaponized the Department of Justice against Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Did Attorney General Merrick Garland direct you to prosecute Trump because Donald Trump was running against Joe Biden in the presidential election?
No.
There are also allegations that President Trump was the victim of, quote, lawfare, and accusations that the Department of Justice lawyers who prosecuted Donald Trump used, quote, fabricated indictments and rigged show trials. Did you, Mr. Smith, or the men and women working on your team work to fabricate indictments or put on rigged show trials?
No, we secured indictments from grand juries, and we were prepared to prove our case in court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you use your appointment as special counsel to conduct a politically motivated witch hunt,
Sorry, that is so fucking
scam
hot.
investigation,
That is
and
so
prosecution of Donald Trump?
I did not. We followed the facts and we followed the law. Where that led us was to an indictment of an unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power.
And those indictments have been dismissed. Can they be re-brought or resurrected after Trump leaves office?
They were dismissed without prejudice.
So they can be refiled? And he can be prosecuted after he leaves office, is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I can only speak to what we did, which was dismiss the case without prejudice.
All right. The website put out by the Trump White House on the anniversary of January 6th is nothing more than a pack of lies. It proves that Donald Trump is hell-bent on misusing taxpayer dollars in a feeble attempt to rewrite his criminal history and the history of what happened on January 6, 2021. And with that, I yield back, but I would like to, Mr. Chairman, offer for the record
Unanimous consent?
Unanimous consent. A statement from Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency released on November 12, 2020 that states the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history.
Objection.
And also testimony from, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record the September 24th, 2020 testimony of Trump's former FBI Director, Chris Wray, who told Senate Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Committee of the Senate, that the FBI had, quote, not seen or historically had any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election.
Question, Joe.
And last but not
Yes,
least,
Dempsey.
Mr.
Are you
Chairman,
under
I'd
a
like
gag
to
order?
ask unanimous consent to enter into the record
Yes.
this article titled "Disputing Trump, Barr Says No Widespread Election Fraud."
Without objection. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, on November 18th, 2022, A.G. Garland appointed you as special counsel. Can you tell me about your swearing in or the oath of office that you took after that?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I know I was sworn in. I don't recall the specifics of how that was done.
You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't.
Would you agree that taking the oath of office is a legal requirement for the job that you had?
I've taken oaths of office regularly. I haven't researched whether it's required or not, but I've done that, I think, in every government case.
It is required. Terms I heard earlier today were atypical, irregular, no proper procedure. Yet in your opening statement, you said that we've followed Justice Department policies, and I would assume you meant the law as well. It strikes me as odd that you don't remember who swore you in, how you were sworn in. It's pretty significant. We all get sworn in here, and I remember every day. You don't remember who swore you in.
I don't remember the details of it as I sit here today.
But you did take the oath of office before you got rolling.
I think my recollection is it was when I was appointed.
It was when. It strikes me as odd that Attorney General Garland had you retake the oath of office on the 14th of September of the following year. Why did he make you do that?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall. I know that there is the oath of office that I signed. I believe it was on the 18th, the day that I was appointed. And I know the department had me do a second one. I don't know the particulars of why they asked me to do it again, but I know
you signed it on the 20th of November 22nd, November 2022.
Why don't you ask Merrick
but there was no
Garland?
witness, which, I mean, you have to agree it's a little odd. If there's no witness saying that you took the oath of office, it would maybe make someone like me question whether or not you were legitimately doing the job until you finally took the oath of office. It sounds like the Attorney General had the same question and thought, oh shit, we got to have him sign this on the 14th day of September.
I'm sorry. What? Okay, I'm sorry. Does this matter affect whether or not the President of the United States engaged in a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of an election and absconded office the first time illegally with documents and refused to turn them back even when asked by the person who owns those documents, the archivist? And no, Presidential Record Acts, go fuck yourself. It's already been proven that these weren't part of the Presidential Records Act. No way, no how. Sorry. That's why they needed a judge like Aileen Cannon. Because they knew they would lose. So if you're cheating, if you're sitting here going, didn't you, there was no one to witness your first, so did it even happen? If a tree falls in the forest, did it even fall? Wait, what? Wait, what? Unless there's a witness? Is that true? Is the person being sworn in charge of that ceremony and its record keeping? I don't know. Apparently they are. So I guess I'm saying I'm going to call bullshit again because, number one, who cares? Number two, that has nothing to do with the price of your dignity. Okay? It just has nothing to do with anything. And if that's your best, if this is what you got, babe, if this is what you're bringing, if your Fox News moment is to say to Jack Smith, you were sworn in once without a witness, but then you were sworn in again a year later, does that mean everything that happened in that year doesn't really matter? Is that what that means? No, it's not what it means. So, yeah, I'm sorry. If this is the best you have and you're not coming at us with facts against the case that was being brought against your dick, then I'm sorry. You have nothing. You are pathetic. If this is what you are defending, you're defending a child rapist, someone who credibly has been alleged to have raped a fucking child, and you are sitting here simping for him with the most ridiculous lies and stupid fallbacks. You can't even argue this on the merits. You have to argue it on what you perceive to be a technicality, which I still will argue is a whole lot of feeling. How about that oath? Is that part of the oath? I think it is. I think they have names for that, like treason and sedition and other things. So be careful, sir. Be careful. Be careful how far out on that plank You run. Because it's truth will out. Maybe not in my lifetime, but karma wins in the end. So, boy, I would hate to have to explain why I stood up for the pedophile. Oof. Ouch. All right, let's go. Sorry.
September of the following year. So why did you take the oath of office again on the 14th of September of the following year?
Because I wanted to.
When you say you took the office in November
wanted another party
of 2022.
Okay? I wanted to go to Olive Garden again.
Why'd you need to do it twice?
Because
My
Olive Garden had
recollection
all-you-can-eat pasta.
is that I took the oath of office, as you said, it was the 18th or the 20th, and felt I was under the oath of office. I believe, if you have it in front of you, I think I signed an oath.
Unlike you.
You signed it, but there was no witness. There was supposed to be either notarized or a witness, and apparently Attorney General Garland thought it was significant enough to have you do another oath 11 months later. That's strange, right?
I don't know why they asked me to sign.
It's not strange, actually. It's not strange. Because I actually think I recall this coming up at the time. I'm not sure. I could check, but it's not strange. It's not strange that people like Merrick Garland and other people would go back and cross the T's and dot the I's. It's just not strange to me at all. In fact, that to me sounds like someone that I would want. That's something I want someone to do. If they have to go back and cross T's and dot I's, I want them to do that. So I'm sorry, apple-headed guy. If you think that that's a bad thing, then I question your ethics. Much more than I question Merrick Garland's or Jack Smith. And most certainly not Jack Smith, because what the fuck was he? He was just showing up, okay? He's the one that got the invite. What are you talking to him about it for? And he just told you. He acted as if he was under oath anyway, so what the fucking difference? And now if you can point out something that he did that was not under oath, or against his oath, well, have at it. But apparently you can't. Apparently all you have and everything you're throwing your balls into right now is about just having this guy, bear the blame and be somehow invalidated because there wasn't someone else standing in the room. Huh? Wow, that's weak sauce. That's fucking beta. That's beta right there. I don't know. I don't know. It's really thin. You guys have a real thin kind of approach here.
It again. I don't recall ever discussing this issue with Attorney General Garland.
Well, that is just wild to me. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Why would it
Which
be
one
wild?
was the official one?
Why would that be wild?
Which one counted? I think that's what the gentleman's asking.
What?
I understood myself to have taken
I would
the
go
oath
up
of
and
office
throat punch
when
Jim
I
Jordan.
assumed the job.
How much money did you?
If I were him.
Okay. How much money did you spend in the investigating President Trump? How much money did your office spend?
I do not recall as I sit here now, but I know that pursuant to, I believe it's the special counsel regulations, reports were issued each 6 months detailing how much.
We gathered at $35 million. And what I want to know is how much of that $35 million of taxpayer money did you give to confidential human sources? We know you gave $20,000 to someone. It just got reported last week. How much more money did you pay confidential people we don't know about, with American tax money going after the guy we elected president?
My recollection regards the $20,000, which was not a payment from me. It was me approving a payment by the FBI to a confidential human source who was reviewing video and photographic
Who's the source?
evidence. I do not know the identity of the source.
How many other payments went to this source or other sources?
As I sit here, I do not know the answer to that question.
I didn't do the
role as
accounting.
special counsel.
I wasn't
$35
the
million,
chief
and
financial
you're giving money to
officer.
people the country doesn't
you
know who
ask
they
the
are, and you're
GAO?
giving their hard-earned money to these folks?
Oh,
The
shut
main
the
question I
fuck
have too
up.
with this is
I
why'd
don't
you have
wanna
to
give
do
my
it?
hard-earned
You
money to
subpoenaed
you, bitch.
bank records from the RNC, phone records from members of Congress. You got subpoenas for bank records for people sitting right there in the front row. Why did you have to pay people for information when you could subpoena them and get it?
Time has expired.
Time has expired. You can answer the question now. Country'd like to know why you had to do it.
My recollection and understanding is the payment, the $20,000 that I approved, was for a confidential human source to assist in the review of video and photographic evidence showing people who were attacking the Capitol, attacking police officers, obstructing the proceeding, and seeing if we could prove that some of those people had come directly.
That wasn't my question, but my time has expired.
Actually, it was your question.
The
you stupid
gentleman
cunt.
from California,
You
recognized.
pedo protector.
Mr. Smith, I
You
want you to
pedophile
have
protector.
the utmost confidence in what you did. You did everything right. Harry Dunn, Danny Hodges, Sergeant Cannell, Mike Fanone, they did everything right. These guys, my Republican colleagues, are a joke. They're wrong. History will harshly judge them. So I want you to lean in today. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything right, sir. And I am these guys are so lucky they're not under oath, because they would have to tell you what they really think of Trump. They call him crooked. They call him cruel. They call him a scumbag. I've heard you all say it. You're lucky you're not under Trump, but when the lights go on and the cameras are on, you're tiny, you're small, you shrink. Everyone remembers Matt Gaetz coming over here after a committee hearing. He would laugh at how stupid he thought Trump was. This is all a show. And Mr. Smith, you're just the latest act that they've brought in. But they can't erase what happened on January 6th because we saw it with our own eyes. Mr. Smith, after the mainstream media called the race for Biden about a week after the election, did Donald Trump concede the election?
He did not.
The next month, the Electoral College met in every state and voted Biden as the winner. Did Donald Trump concede then?
He did not.
Shortly after that, the last court case that Donald Trump brought was thrown out. Did he concede then?
No.
Is it your judgment then that only Donald Trump could have convened the mob in the size that it was assembled on January 6th?
Our assessment of the evidence is that he is the person most responsible for what happened on January 6th. He caused what happened. It was foreseeable to him. And then when it happened, he tried to exploit it in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you actually obtained indictments from a grand jury, right? You went to a grand jury and did something that the Trump administration has not been able to do as they go after their enemies. Their cases are being thrown out. You obtained criminal indictments against the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, do you know who Edward Loya is?
I'm sorry?
Edward Loya, L-O-Y-A?
I believe Mr. Loya worked at the Public Integrity Section when I was there.
Did you know that he said of you, when it comes to investigating allegations of sophisticated federal criminal matters, Jack Smith is the gold standard? Do you know who Mr. James McGovern is?
Yes, he was a prosecutor I worked with in New York.
Did you know that he said of you, I have no idea what Mr. Smith's political beliefs are because he's completely apolitical? So are you a registered independent?
I have no partisan loyalties. I don't know if I'm registered as independent or not registered at all.
Are you glad you accepted Attorney General Garland's request to be a special prosecutor, even though you've been dragged over political barbed wire and your family has been subjected to death threats?
I don't regret it.
Do you remember where you were on September 11th?
I do.
What did you think of that day?
I was in Brooklyn when that happened. I was at the command center that night. I worked on that investigation. I remember pretty clearly.
Do you remember where you were on January 6th?
On January 6th, I was living in Europe working for the State Department seconded to a war crimes tribunal.
What did you think as you watched on television what happened at the Capitol that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall if I saw it that day or a later day because of the time period.
What did you think when you saw it?
I was shocked. I was shocked by it. I obviously, being in Europe and not following things as closely, I was not, frankly, up to speed on the events leading up to it.
What shocked you about it?
I just never seen anything like that happen in our country.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if I'll ever have the honor to talk to you again. If I don't, please know that I and my colleagues on the Democratic side, and even my Republican colleagues when they speak privately, have nothing but respect and appreciation for what you tried to do and how you did it. You, unlike many here, are a man of honor. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Smith, you appear before this committee today not as a neutral observer of the law, but at one point you were one of the most powerful prosecutors in the federal system, armed with enormous discretion, minimal oversight,
That
and
is
a mandate
hair
that goes.
gel violation. Mr. Moore, you have executed a hair gel violation of the highest order. And all of the shoulder padding in the world is not going to take away from the amount of hair gel that you combed into that noggin of yours this morning. I don't see anything but hair gel and a big Rolex or a fake Rolex. I don't know.
To the very heart of our constitutional order.
Oh,
You brought
let's talk
charges
about
during an active
constitutional
election
order, bitch.
cycle. You relied on legal theories that had never before been tested in context.
Would that be because no president had ever been so fucking bold and audacious as to try this level of fuckery? Do you think that actually could have been the case? Is that unbelievably? This is the first time that we had a president engage in this level of conspiracy and fuckery? Are you kidding me right now? It's unprecedented, bitch, because the crime is unprecedented. That's how it works. It's the toll records again. Why did you spy on my friends?
And you did so while disregarding long-standing Department of Justice policies designed to prevent prosecutors from influencing elections. Mr. Smith, you claimed in your...
Wait, what? I'm sorry. You mean when the criminal's actually running for office? Again, unprecedented. Let's talk about unprecedented. Yeah, of course it's worthless. I mean, yeah.
Your investigation,
That's what we do
you
here.
developed
on
proof
the
beyond a
show.
reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal scheme to overturn the results in the 2020 election and to prevent lawful transfer of power. However, a few weeks ago in Georgia, Fulton County election board officials stated that 315,000 ballots were certified without required signatures on the tabulator tapes for poll workers. These signatures were required by the Georgia statute. If not counted, this could have turned the state of Georgia red, and I won't doubt there were similar schemes in many other states.
That's an election lie. All right? That is an election lie. Actually, what he's proposing, just so you know, is that, first of all, he's lying about the conditions under which those 315,000 ballots would be rejected or whatever. So just take that off the table. But also understand this, that what this and other Republicans have been talking about, and actually what that Social Security data leak, why that's so important, is because the group that the Social Security doggy boys turned our data over to was a True the Vote. Thank you, Max. True the Vote. Oh, that's friends with Dinesh D'Souza and 2,000 Mules, who then in court lost and were required. In fact, the company that produced 2,000 Mules was required to remove the movie from distribution because it was found to have lied about the data that True the Vote, the same people who just received data of voter roll information that now the SSA is saying that they lied about giving them, but now they're going to fess up and say, yeah, we gave True the Vote voter roll data. Oh, we can't tell you what data because we don't know. Well, that seems like a problem. They know. Okay? So the whole kerbobble here is to take people off voter rolls using bullshit information and lies that have been debunked countless fucking times, like in courts of fucking law and at disbarment hearings, like 3 so far. Maybe 4. I don't even know. Is there 4 or 3? I don't know. Okay? So the whole thing is that what the Republicans seek to do when they talk about voter rolls and 315,000 ballots weren't signed properly or verified or whatever the fuck issue he's lying about, is they want to remove those people. And that, my friends, that's not that's not cleaning up. That is disenfranchisement. That is fucking against the Constitution. Removing people's vote and denying them their right to vote. That's a big fucking no-no. But that's what this little douchebag and his fucky friends really want to do. They want to remove mostly black and brown voters, it turns out. That's the demographics that they seem to target the most. Or other enclaves where Democrats tend to win. It's not hard to track this shit down, and they lose in court every fucking time. So, what this guy's selling you is snake oil.
You were illegally appointed to serve as special
He wasn't
counsel
illegally appointed.
since you were not confirmed by advance and consent Senate.
Nope, that's not
stated
how it
in
works.
as
all
stated
the
in the
time
Appointments
with
Clause.
special counsels.
You also issued an indictment against then President Biden's
don't have
most
to be.
formidable political opponent. The candidate was President Trump, and you issued a gag order for President Trump during a 2024 election cycle. This was a major violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights and a poor attempt to outright censor the leading political candidate.
No. We're going to skip ahead from this guy because the lies are too much. I can't actually totally, I can't actually debunk everything this guy is saying. But no, the courts are the ones who issue gag orders. And if you recall, gag orders were issued in many instances because Dump was tampering with witnesses and trying to intimidate judges and their families. All right? So that's the gag order. That fucker gave speeches all through all of his trials, okay? All through all of his trials. He gave speeches. So fuck off with your First Amendment bullshit. It didn't happen. Oh, Emilio. Oh, I love you too. Welcome. Trump Budget Office orders review of funds to Democratic-controlled states. Yeah, well, we knew that was coming. In California, I've just been waiting to see when things are going to start shutting down. Aren't we net revenue, though? Don't we send more money to the feds than we get? I don't know.
These actions were nothing.
Maybe we just withhold our money. How about that? Maybe we withhold our federal whatever we donate to the feds. How about that? Haberdashery. How about that, motherfucker? Ooh, what's this? I want to see. I want to say. Big flag. Trump says online that he hopes Pam Bondi is watching the Jack Smith testimony. Yikes. He adds, a big price should be paid. Oh, he's so mad. He is so mad. Oh my God. Oh, girl. He is so mad. Oops. No, that was too much. I overdid it. Big flag. Trump says online that he hopes Pam Bondi is watching the Jack Smith testimony. He adds, a big price should be paid by them for what they have put our country through. Wait a minute.
Pamela Joe, you better be watching right now, because Jack Smith, somebody put it on the TV, and I was having some Pop-Tarts, and Jack Smith is sitting there telling everybody what he did. fucked up on the Epstein shit, okay, girlie? Okay? You're not doing too good. And Bingo Bongo? I don't know what the fuck you were doing with Bingo Bongo, but whatever. That didn't really work out so well for you anyway. So here's what I'm saying, Pamela Joe. You're gonna go and you're gonna get your stupid flat ass out of your chair and you're gonna walk over to room 217B in the Capitol and you're gonna slap some cuffs on that motherfucker. And if I don't see that, I'm telling you right now, Pammy Joe, you better. I better do that for me. I'm gonna be really mad at you. I'm gonna be really mad. That's what's happening right now.
What they have put the country through. What you have put the country through. What you. Oh, I can't. Okay, we're going to... Oh, my favorite. I love Ted Lieu so much. And yet, Mr. Smith,
I find that hard to believe.
I find that so
and you know
hard
why?
to believe.
You know why everyone knows it's wrong? Because the public integrity section at the Justice Department has now changed its policy.
Everyone knows everyone knows everything? Really? Really? Everyone, Jim? Like everyone who was at the OSU locker rooms when the doctor was sexually abusing members of the team and you heard about it and you basically downplayed it and dismissed victims of sexual abuse for years, Jim? You? You have feelings about it? Seems like you have a better stomach than that. I'm shocked. I'm dismayed. I'm wondering why. And I wonder, why Jim Jordan keeps getting elected. Come on, Ohio, figure out a way to eject him. Come on, Ohio. What are you doing and why are you doing it? Here's his feelings.
See, you can't do this anymore. They've changed their policy. But it was okay for Jack Smith to do it because we got to get Trump.
Wait, what?
We got to get the president. That's what this was all about.
Excuse me?
You go back to the gentleman from
I'm
Alabama.
very confused. How does Jack
Thank you,
Smith have
Chairman.
anything
I
to do
yield
with DOJ policy?
Have some Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a transcript of the voicemail that President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, left Senator Tuberville on January 6th, in which he states, "I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information."
Without objection. Gentleman yields back the chair. Now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena directed at him. His actions have made it harder for this committee and other congressional committees to get witnesses and testimony and damage the rule of law. Now, before I ask questions of Mr. Smith, I just want to make a simple observation. How scared are Republicans of talking about the Epstein files? They're so scared that they literally are calling Jack Smith the distinguished federal prosecutor who secured multiple indictments against Donald Trump with multiple felony counts. Republicans would rather talk about the criminality of Donald Trump in trying to steal an election and trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, and the criminality of Donald Trump in stealing classified documents, obstructing justice, than about Donald Trump's associations with Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophilia ring. I demand this committee, this chairman, and Republicans to call an immediate hearing asking why the Department of Justice is refusing to release 99% of the Epstein files and why the DOJ is violating the law.
I want Alex Acosta in front of
right
the
now.
Congress.
I have questions, Mrs. Smith, for you, and thank you for being here
He was
today.
really, really sick.
My questions center
just a
on
little bit ago.
interactions or lack of interactions between the Biden administration and yourself. Did President Biden or anyone in the Biden White House ever direct you to seek retribution against anyone perceived to be Biden's political opponent?
No.
Did the Biden administration or President Biden or anyone in the White House ever write a social media post directing you to seek retribution against any particular individual?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to take any prosecutorial step whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Donald Trump made it clear he wanted to seek retribution against New York Attorney General Tish James. Trump relentlessly attacked her, saying, quote, she should be prosecuted and, quote, arrested and punished because she dared to hold Trump accountable for Trump's fraud in New York. Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, and the Trump DOJ opened a sham investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. We know it's a sham investigation because they couldn't even get twice grand juries to secure indictments against her. When interim U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, who Donald Trump himself appointed, spent 5 months investigating Tish James, he concluded there was not enough evidence to go forward. And what did Trump do? He fired his own U.S. attorney. Mrs. Smith, did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever tell you that Donald Trump should be, quote, arrested and punished?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever threaten to fire you based on any action you took or did not take?
No.
Donald Trump also directed the Trump DOJ to open investigations into his own appointees who refused to do his bidding. His DOJ recently investigated Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell because Powell won't cede to Trump's bullying on interest rates. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to go after any Biden appointee?
No.
Okay. I just want to say a little bit about what the Republicans have brought up about these phone toll records. Do you believe the Speaker of the House is above the law?
No, I don't believe anybody should be above the law.
Right. And U.S. senators are not above the law, correct?
No.
Yeah. And members of Congress are not above the law, right?
No.
Yeah, that's right, because we're not. And what Republicans are trying to argue is somehow, if you're doing an investigation, you can't do stuff to senators or members of Congress. Get out of here. We're just under a law like everybody else. And by the way, the speech and debate clause only applies to legislative acts, communications with legislative acts. Stealing a frickin' election and trying to do so is not a legislative act. It is a crime. So I don't know what the heck they're talking about. And this is so stupid. I'm a former prosecutor. You never in an investigation go and try to get someone's toll records or phone records and then tell them, hey, dude, we're about to get your phone records. Of course you wouldn't tell them. What the Republicans are saying today is just idiotic. I am so pleased you're here on national TV telling the American people that Trump was indicted. He was indicted lawfully, and multiple grand juries secured those indictments. Thank you for your service, and history will look upon you well. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, you have a long tenure at the Department of Justice. Would you agree with the statement that DOJ charging policies require prosecutors to bring charges only where the admissible evidence is expected to be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction? Is that right?
That is correct. That's from the federal principles of prosecution.
And in this case you brought against President Trump, one of the charges you pursued was under Title 18, Section 371, which requires an agreement to interfere with the lawful function of the United States through deceit or dishonesty that the defendant knowingly and intentionally joined, and an overt act. And what I'd like to ask you about is this. So you would agree that Section 371 requires dishonesty or deceit and also proof that a criminal defendant acted knowingly and intentionally. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. It requires knowing deceit targeted a lawful government function.
So you would then also agree, would you not, that opinion disagreement, or even mistake is insufficient to satisfy the burden of criminal intent.
Was she not paying attention? I'm sorry. Did she come late? Is she new? Are you new here? Lady, let me tell you, this wasn't a feeling. This wasn't an intuition. This was a documented conspiracy in things like elector schemes, memorandi proposing the vice president reject lawfully submitted slates of electors, the unlawful fake electors. I'm sorry, lady. I know you would love for this to have been built on feelings because that's all you have. However, and bad extensions, I'm sorry, I'm judging. I'm judging your hair, that's right. But this was not conjecture. This was based on very well documented. Now, if you would like us to go through trial and prove it to you, I'm all for that. I say, let's go name the date. Because something tells me that Jack is still ready to go. And I'm going to tell you right now, in all seriousness, I do believe that when Nuremberg 2.0 comes around, the doors will swing open and in the fuck is going to walk. You know, that's right, this guy. This guy's going to walk through the doors of The Hague in his purple fucking robes. And he is going to bake these fucking Nazis like the motherfuckers that they are in court. And they are all going to shit their collective Nazi pants. Because look at the robes he's wearing. Those are international criminal court robes, bitch. You think these guys intimidate him? You think drunk Rudy Giuliani intimidates him? No. He prosecutes motherfucking war criminals. That's right. I hope I'm around to see it too, Lee. I'm working on it. I think we're all working on it.
Set forth in that statute.
A mistake certainly would. We needed to prove and intended to prove at trial that the false statements that Donald Trump made were knowingly false.
That they were false and that it was done knowingly. So even under your theory of the case, even if we took your facts as true, you still would have been required to prove that the president said something false and that he or did it knowingly. So going on to your next charge, let's talk about it.
Let's just talk about what happened here. Literally what she did was take what he said and do it in the dramatic voice so as to imply that there is something nefarious therein. So you're telling me that when your shirt was dirty, you took it to the dry cleaners? Are you expecting me to believe that you took your shirt to a dry cleaners? Are you expecting me to believe that right now, sir? You're under oath. I'm going to remind you. Are you expecting me to believe that, sir? I just want to know. That's literally what she did. She literally just repeated whatever thing he said or whatever was right and did it in a dramatic voice so that the chuds who might catch this on Fox News think that that's somehow a gotcha, because it doesn't matter what actually was said and the fact that she was repeating. Oh, that's a hot little law firm. Tim Heafy from 1-6 is also part. Fuck yeah. We got to follow that. I want the t-shirt of the Jack Smith law firm. No, I'm kidding. War criminals and their apologists are exactly who's in power. Yeah. I thought all criminal cases had to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but I'm not an expert on U.S. law. That's right, Neil. Come on. Silly rabbit.
Obstruction. There, too, that charge requires proof of wrongful intent, does it not?
That's correct.
So if a defendant there actually believes a factual claim is true, that would mean he could not be convicted of that charge. Isn't that right?
Well,
Not correctly convicted.
the defendant for that charge would have to behave corruptly, and corruptly could include seeking an unlawful benefit, seeking a benefit to benefit themselves, in this case, to stay in office when they had in fact not won the election.
But there too, there's a requirement of intent, that this conduct must be knowing and intentional. Isn't that right?
There is an intent requirement, yes.
And
corrupt-
didn't you also acknowledge in your deposition that the president was receiving information from multiple advisors? Giuliani, Eastman, Clark, Powell, and in your deposition you said he was almost just regurgitating what they told him. Isn't that right?
I don't believe I said he was regurgitating what they told him. I think what I said is that he was making knowingly false claims, that he was believing anything that would keep him in office, and he was rejecting
but you
anything.
would agree that those people, or some people, were giving the president conflicting advice.
No, actually, I wouldn't agree, Ms. Lee. And the reason I wouldn't agree is because it didn't happen like you said, okay? Let me just replay the Georgia phone call for you. The president, this guy, says, I just need you to find 11,780 votes. That's one more than we need. Okay, I'm real sorry. I'm very sorry. I know, inconvenient truths, they suck. Your cognitive dissonance is being dissonated, and it hurts badly, bigly. It feels like a college student trying to debate her professor. Absolutely, Mom said no. Absolutely. No, this is silly, and I get it. I know what she's doing. I understand that the dreams are real. I get it. She looks like the homeless. Anyway, okay, sorry. I didn't mean that. No, I didn't mean to. No, you know what she looks like to me? A lying sack of shit. That's what she looks like to me. And that she is also protecting a pedophile. She is protecting a pedophile. A credibly alleged pedophile. So, shame on her. Yeah.
At that time, would you not?
You're correct in that his original campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would...
But criminal liability, under the statutes you used in your indictment, requires proving intent. Not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing an opinion with which you do not
No,
agree.
that's not
So
actually-
is it not correct, sir, that here
He has
you
that.
charged 2 intent-based crimes without
He has
any
it.
direct proof
No,
whatsoever?
actually, he does have
that the
direct
conduct
proof.
charged
Yeah,
was
he does.
knowing, intentional,
Yeah,
or that you
he
were going to
does.
have an adequate basis
Yeah,
to
he
sustain a
does.
conviction at trial.
Yeah, he has them.
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I said
felt
it,
that
bitch.
that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
That's right.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge
No,
the
that's
existence
not-
of conflicting advice. If this
That's just a
defendant were
statement of
anyone,
fact. That's just a statement of fact. And actually, that's not true. He wasn't necessarily receiving conflicting advice. Bill Barr told him he lost. And John Eastman told him, just make Mike Pence reject the slates of electors. He said to his legal counsel, who almost quit because he tried to appoint an attorney general that would do his bidding. So, lady, you better make sure that your mouth can cash the check that it's writing, because you're going in real deep right now. And there actually is a ton of evidence, even that we just know here on the outside, that indicates, and I don't think Jack Smith says things like, I have proof beyond a reasonable doubt, unless the motherfucker means it. And if you would like him to prove that in a court of law, we can't wait. Sign us up. I'll probably skip ahead from her because she's like dumb. No, I don't want him either. Oh, is he just taking over for Jordan? Oh. Okay.
Oh.
I think it's our turn. Do you yield your time?
Lost track after all those unanimous consent requests. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized, and then the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you for coming here today. Your willingness to speak directly to us and to the American people about your investigation is professional, it's courageous, and it's patriotic. It's high time that the American people hear directly from you about the results of your investigation of President Donald Trump for his criminal actions leading up to and the day of January 6th, 2021. The facts, according to your report, are simple. Without a single piece of evidence, Trump sowed doubt about the 2020 election results and urged his followers to, quote, walk down to the Capitol and fight like hell on January 6th. And that's exactly what they did. Thousands of insurrectionists violently tried to stop Congress from certifying the 2020 election and doing our duty, and they assaulted law enforcement officers, some of whom are sitting right here in the chamber with us. I was trapped in the House gallery with a small number of members that day, and I will never forget the pounding on the doors and the insurrectionists threatening to kill us right outside. My Republican colleagues keep trying to rewrite history. They claim that somehow Trump's words and actions did not legally rise to the level of criminal activity, that he did not directly cause violence at the Capitol. And so I want to set that record straight with you right now. First of all, you successfully secured indictments against Donald Trump in two major federal cases: election interference in the 2020 election and mishandling of classified documents after leaving office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a federal prosecutor for nearly 30 years. You led this investigation, combing through hundreds of thousands of documents, photos, videos, and communication. Did your investigation find that Donald Trump attempted to manufacture fraudulent slates of presidential electors in 7 states that he lost?
Yes.
Did he pressure state officials to ignore true vote counts in those states?
Yes.
Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers to make them believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
Yes.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the certification of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to stop the certification against the oath of office that he had sworn to the Constitution?
That's Samwise.
He did.
Yeah.
And when all of this didn't work, did he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification?
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January 6th, that it was foreseeable, and that he exploited that violence.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that at trial.
In fact, as the quotes from your report behind me show, he even privately admitted that he lost the election, correct?
Yes.
He said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you have to fight like hell." And he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" During your closed-door deposition last month, you and I had an exchange about the impact on our democracy, the toll on our democracy. for not holding a president accountable for trying to steal an election. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
I want to return to it because I think what you said in the closed-door deposition is important for the American people to hear right here in your public testimony. How would you describe the toll on our democracy if we do not hold a president accountable for attempting to steal an election?
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic because if they don't have to follow the law, it's very easy to understand why people would think they don't have to follow the law as well. And so I think the law should be applied equally to everyone.
And what do you think the toll is for future elections and future presidents who try to steal an election?
I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately our democracy. The attack
He did that in
on
December.
this Capitol on January 6th was, and
did he
the
re-
Court of Appeals in
I don't know,
Washington,
maybe it
D.C.
comes
said
up.
this. It was an attack on the structure of our democracy.
And we could experience much worse results down the road if this happens again. I thank you for your work, for your courage, and for your patriotism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina, North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Smith, just briefly, if there was no mob on January 6th that attacked the Capitol, we would not be here today, would we?
I can't speak to hypotheticals. The case I investigated involved a mob of supporters of Donald Trump supporters.
Sure, I understand that. I understand that. But had there not been a mob that rushed the Capitol, if they had just stayed in the original speech, if they had obeyed the instruction, go peacefully and patriotically and make your voices heard, we would not be here. Isn't that correct?
Well, in that case, Donald Trump wouldn't have done many of the things.
I'm just asking. If they had gone peacefully and patriotically, we would not have had a special prosecutor. President Trump would not have been indicted. There would not have been, quote, the attack on the foundations of our democracy, correct?
That's a hypothetical, and I think it's a counterfactual hypothetical.
Well, and second point, in regards to what we just heard from my colleague from Washington, I think it's noteworthy that the vice president, despite the enormous toll that he has taken in these events, was against charging the president criminally in this case. But in regards to my own experience, Mr. Smith, I've charged many conspiracies. There's obviously a lot of benefit to that charge. It's a useful tool for fact-finding, scrutinizing evidence, figuring out exactly what happened, trying to form charges, trying to prove charges, trying to solidify the evidence. And in your case, sir, you've detailed, number one, the unprecedented criminal scheme, your words, not mine. In the press conference, you said there was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. Do you remember saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And in regards to your investigative authority, it was quite broad. We've already established that you had millions of dollars at your disposal. You had teams of lawyers. You had total subpoena power. You used campaign officials as witnesses. You subpoenaed millions of documents. You had civilian witnesses. You had political leaders. You had campaign officials that worked with the president, folks who were in the room. And after all of this, sir, you charged a conspiracy, and notably absent, there was no insurrection charged. There was no seditious conspiracy charged. And there was only one defendant, correct? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
Despite 6 co-conspirators identified in the indictment, only one person was charged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Despite there being an unprecedented criminal scheme, you did not find it necessary to charge anybody else who was admittedly, by your own evidence, involved in a criminal conspiracy that amounted to an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
Yes. At the time of the conclusion of our work, my lawyers had believed that we did have proof to charge other people. I was in the process of making that determination when our work was concluded. But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Well, I understand your position, sir, but again, you started at the very top and only charged the top conspirator, in your opinion. You didn't charge anybody underneath him, correct?
Correct.
Despite that charge requirement, you would agree that a criminal conspiracy federally is a criminal agreement, correct?
Yes.
So by extension, people, under your theory, people besides the president were involved in the unprecedented assault on American democracy, but you didn't find it necessary to charge them criminally.
I had not yet charged anyone besides the president.
You didn't. You decided not to charge anybody but Donald Trump in that indictment.
Consistent with the federal principles of prosecution, which emphasize the degree of someone's culpability in making a charging decision, Donald Trump is the person that was charged.
I understand that. I understand your position, but you made the decision to charge one person and nobody else, correct?
I made the decision to make the charges in this case.
And in regards to the way that the case handled from there, sir, I just want to get this on the record. In regards to your press conference, politics played no role, correct?
That is correct.
The charges you brought, politics played no role, correct?
Correct.
The expedited trial date played no role. Politics played no role, correct?
I followed the facts and the law, department policy.
The speedy trial request, there was no role in politics, correct?
That's correct. Supreme Court precedent emphasizes that.
And even your brief that the court found atypical, politics played no role.
Mr. Chairman, the time has expired.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. I believe it's important for the American people to finally hear from you directly about your investigations that you and your office conducted with integrity, following the facts and the law without fear or favor, as is department policy. And as people do hear from you, I think they're going to better understand why the White House and congressional Republicans are trying to rewrite history and seeking to discredit you and your investigation so that they can help the president avoid accountability for his crimes against the American people. So I'd like to move on from some of these baseless conspiracy theories we've been hearing and focus on your actual work as special counsel. In volume 1 of your report, you concluded that when it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed, he resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Chief among those criminal efforts was Mr. Trump's dissemination of demonstrably and often obviously false claims of election fraud in key states, claims that Donald Trump himself knew weren't true. In order to pressure officials to ignore vote tallies and submit fraudulent certificates of fake electors to Congress, he repeated these false claims and ultimately used them to direct an angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I represent southeastern Pennsylvania, which was one of the states targeted by Mr. Trump's criminal efforts. So being mindful of the clock, I wanted to try to explore 3 topics. First, the evidence that Trump made false claims of election fraud in Pennsylvania, knowing they were false. Second, the evidence concerning the submission of fake elector certificates from Pennsylvania to Congress. And third, why the evidence and witnesses concerning Trump's efforts in Pennsylvania were so compelling. So first up, in your report and deposition, you detailed the overwhelming evidence that Trump had lost Pennsylvania, and he knew it. Despite this, he and his co-conspirators continued to make false statements about that result to advance their criminal plan. Can you describe the evidence that these were false claims and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots than had been sent out. This was a claim that was obviously false because many even in the campaign knew that the reason for that discrepancy is we were talking about two different elections. One was the primary and one was the general election. My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he admitted it was wrong. He admitted flat out that that was a mistake. And so that's one of several. With respect to witnesses in Pennsylvania, what springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump, wanted him to win. I submit he would have been a credible witness at trial.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition to making false claims about election results that they knew were false, and your deposition and report go into this in some detail, there was also this fraudulent elector plan where Trump and his co-conspirators solicited folks who had been planning to be Trump electors if he won and asking them to submit fake certificates to Congress. And I think what you found was pretty remarkable, including a former congressman who told the co-conspirators that this was illegal and it was an attempt to overturn the government. Is that right?
That's correct. That particular elector, who was signed up to be a legitimate elector had Donald Trump in fact won the election, was a former U.S. attorney and former member of this Congress.
I mean, the bottom line is that despite the facts and over objections from his allies, Trump still went to the ellipse on January 6th and lied about Pennsylvania's votes to direct his angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I just want to thank you for your work and your years of service to the country, and I would invite everyone to read your deposition and to read the report, because it tells a very different story than what our colleagues do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentle lady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a record a speech by former Vice President Pence published on C-SPAN in June of 23, in which he calls the president's
I was just going to
comments
say that,
on
Jay.
January
We got to
6th
read that. I don't know
reckless,
why we haven't read it yet.
Trump was wrong then, he's wrong now. Anyone who puts themselves over the
Do we
Constitution
have his
should never be
report, or
president.
we just have his deposition?
And anyone who asks someone else to put them over the Constitution should never be president.
Without objection.
And
the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you've said several times in your deposition that you believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law, would lead to a conviction of President Trump. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
Oh, now I see why you were mentioning that. Oomph, I'm so sorry I wasn't up on that story. Yeah. So he's saying, you lost in court. Does that make you less confident about your gut feeling that you're going to win something, sir? Does that mean you should now question every case that you decide to bring because you lost something? Jack's going to have a big old bottle of vodka after he gets out of here.
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act, and
Actually,
as a
that's
result,
incorrect.
that conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute.
Listen, dipshit. You're reading what he just fucking said. Okay? You're reading that the Supreme Court said they're not concerned with the ball gowns and the bribes. Okay? So, again, the Republicans are really trying to bring some kind of Achilles heel, boosh, bosh, boosh, you know? Like, I'm telling you right now, if this is all you have, if you cannot defend the President of the United States against the charges that Jack Smith got indictments for and was stopped at every turn, if this is the best you have and you cannot argue the merits of what you believe is the president, then I don't know what to tell you. You've lost already. You've lost already. Diamond for the Fed chair? Really? Did you hear him at Davos yesterday? I was watching. Jamie Dimon is an interesting character who we'll look into more because I really want to. Yeah, that this is a fist and glove lawsuit. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, Jamie Dimon is going to do whatever is good for Jamie Dimon. And he can't really be bothered with this. He can't. Jamie Dimon cannot be bothered. Cannot be bothered. Why am I not? I want to push this picture up. Why is it not working? Oh, oops. Okay, I'm sorry. It made the writing bigger. Yeah, he cannot be bothered. He can't be bothered. He didn't care. He doesn't care. Here's the kid as he was kidnapped, just in case Jamie didn't catch this on the news. I don't know if Jamie Dimon missed this picture. I don't know. I sleep pretty good at night. How does Jamie Dimon sleep? How do any of them sleep at night? I know it's psychopathy, right? It's psychopathy when they're all psychopaths. Yeah. So if you didn't catch it, I rewrote Donald's truth. He said deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. Unfair sounds like a feeling word. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy, and he brought a lot of criminals to justice. I don't know how that works. I guess he's siding with the criminals now. I'm not really sure. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If he were a Republican, his license would be taken away from him. And far worse, that's right. Someone would smack him. Hopefully, the Attorney General, Pamela Joe, is looking at what he's done, including some of the crooked and corrupt witnesses that he was attempting to use in his case against me. Wow, he's just going down the line. And neither meaning of decimated works there. That's a good one. The whole thing was a Democrat scam. A big price should be paid by them for what they have put our country through. Wham! They didn't destroy all the evidence, but okay. Hey, where's mine? Have I already been dumped out of here? God bless America. Okay, well, here's what I rewrote it as. Deranged Donald Dump is being decimated before the world. It was over when he called Greenland Iceland over and over again. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Donald Dump is a deranged animal who shouldn't hold public office or a Diet Coke without handcuffs. If he were a Democrat, his life would be taken away from him. And far worse, hopefully the Attorney General is reviewing her choices and considering turning state's evidence, including releasing the Epstein files, which confirm that Trump committed heinous crimes, allegedly, towards children. The whole thing is a Republican scam. A big price should be paid by him and his circles, donors, for what they have put our country through. Fixed it. There you go. I just sent a cover of Trump riding a polar bear with saggy tongues. I'll grab that. I'll grab that. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let me get through this. This guy's an idiot. Oh, are they done? Are they done? In recess. Oh, okay, I see. All right, what are we doing? Are we still? Oh, no, we're not. Okay, we'll catch. We'll catch Joe Nagoose. I like Joe Nagoose. He's a good
The other
guy.
concerns?
Yeah, I got it. It was tips.
General Lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request.
General Lady is recognized.
This is an order of the D.C. Circuit dated December 8th, 2023, in which the court recognizes that Donald Trump's statements about the judge and his case have led to threats against the judge, where callers labeled the judge and clerk, quote, Nazis, dirty Jews, and child molesters, and represent, quote, Mr. Trump's documented pattern of speech and its demonstrated real-time, real-world consequences pose a significant and imminent threat to the functioning of the criminal trial process in this case.
Without objection. A lot. And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our country. My colleague from Virginia, who's a Republican colleague who was questioning you right before the break, do you know what he said in the days after January 6th? Let me share this with you. This is a quote of his from a press release on January 8th. Congress stands united in our rejection of the violence that occurred this week, and I'll continue to urge the swift prosecution of those involved to the fullest extent of the law. Mr. Smith, this is theater. Republicans are trying to rewrite history. That's what this is. Many of them were with us in the House chamber on January 6th. I remember it well. The chairman was there, as was I. There's been a lot of discussion about witnesses today. Perhaps the chairman could muster the courage to call the 4 witnesses who I see. The American public may not see. I see standing behind you, Mr. Smith, the 4 police officers who risked everything, life and limb, to do what? To protect the Republican members on the dais. It's an outrage that they now sit here and have the audacity to try to rewrite history in front of the very officers who sacrificed everything to protect them. Mr. Smith, you're of course aware that President Trump was impeached for his conduct connected to January 6th, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
232. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
10 Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him for his conduct related to January 6th, including at the time the sitting Republican chairwoman of their conference. There was a trial in the United States Senate. Senators sat as jurors. I remember it well because I was one of the prosecutors who prosecuted that case. Do you know how many senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors during that trial, Mr. Smith?
I don't recall.
57 senators. Do you know how many Republicans voted to convict him?
I don't recall.
7 Republican United States senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors. It was the most bipartisan vote for conviction of a president in the history of the republic. So they can engage in as much histrionics as they want to try to rewrite history, but facts are facts. They talk about weaponization. They accuse you of weaponization of the justice system. While the Federal Reserve Board chairman rings the alarm about political retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if your counsel has made you aware that President Trump is live tweeting, I guess you call it truth socialing, as we speak. Are you aware of this, about this hearing?
No.
Let me read to you what he posted an hour and a half ago. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully the Attorney General is looking at what he's done. We have a word for this. It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to respond, I'll give you an opportunity, but I will simply say we are grateful for your service to this country. We appreciate your fidelity to the rule of law, and I would echo the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues to ignore the noise that you hear from so many of my colleagues who would debase themselves in this way. It is, in my view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an opportunity, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to respond.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you for your service. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2010, Mr. Smith, did you work for the President Obama's Department of Justice?
Yes, in 2010, I was the chief of the Public Integrity Section.
During that time, did you have any contact or connection with Lois Lerner with the Obama IRS?
Yes, I was new to the Public Integrity Section. I was the chief. I was trying to learn about issues I had not been at.
Did you attempt to work with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did was I asked for a meeting with the IRS about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes. Correct.
Well, I didn't ask to work with Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that's what was the offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow-rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of in Public Integrity.
Did you, you prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
I was part of the prosecution, yes.
And that ended up with a, that decision ended up being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. You also prosecuted John Edwards and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials, is that right?
The John Edwards case did. The Menendez case, I had left the Public Integrity Section by the time
and Menendez was then
that
convicted.
case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is
Menendez?
that this gentleman is
was
the
convicted.
gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS.
Think about it.
Going after Second Amendment
Didn't he
groups,
work for the
unanimously
IRS?
overturned
Oh my
by the
God.
Supreme Court. Prosecuted two prominent
Oh, he went
political
after the
figures, and
NRA?
they ended up as mistrials. That's the gold standard here in America. I would just say this, Mr. Chairman. If Mr. Smith ever works for the Department of Justice again, I would
really wanna
recommend
know.
a remedial
really
course on
wanna
the First
know.
Amendment to the Constitution.
Oh, fuck yourself.
Before I yield the
Go
rest of
fuck
my
yourself.
time, Mr.
Tiffany,
Smith,
why are you
I just
protecting
have one other
pedophiles?
question.
That's the only
Is there any
question I wanna ask
historical
these guys.
precedent for
Why are
an
you protecting
alternate
a
slate of
pedophile?
electors to be sent
Why?
to Congress? Has that ever happened before?
Oh, no. No.
That had happened, not anything similar to.
Okay, I'm not even going to let him do this. He's going to bring up 1960 in Hawaii. That is because the initial vote in Hawaii indicated electors should be assigned to Nixon, but there was a court case brought, and so there was a recount. So they had a contingent slate of electors created in Hawaii with the knowledge and full knowledge of the state of Hawaii, of the parties, of everybody. Everybody knew that they had these slate of electors. It was a contingency because there was still an outstanding recount happening, which then determined that Nixon had indeed not won Hawaii, but indeed JFK had. Okay? That is what the fucking 1960 fuck is in Hawaii. It's a completely different situation. It's a completely different situation. Sorry, again, facts. I know, it's crazy. They're so fucking inconvenient.
This situation, but you're correct, it was in Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say the 1960 election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count, correct?
There was a prior time that an electoral slate was sent where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii
You
case.
can unanimous consent all
With
the way,
that, I
bitch,
yield
but
to the
almost
chairman.
I appreciate the
every
gentleman
court
yielding. The
case
gentleman from
included that
Colorado
fucking
talked about
baseless
noise
argument,
from
and
this
it was
side. It's
shot
not
down
noise, it's
every
facts.
time. It's not the same
Fact
situation.
is, you approved a
Fuck you,
$20,000
fuck
payment
you,
to a
you
confidential
liars.
human
Why
source,
do
and I
you
think you
protect
said earlier
pedophiles?
the
Why
reason
do you
this
protect
individual or entity or
pedophiles?
person was
Jim
paid
Jordan,
was
why
to
do you
review
protect
photo
pedophiles?
and video
Why do you
evidence.
protect pedophiles?
Why'd they have to
Why
be
do you protect
confidential?
pedophiles?
Why didn't you just contract with them?
My understanding is that this person was a confidential human source with the FBI. I do not know why they were confidential, but it would make sense to me, given that this person was assisting.
Well, confidential just raises the question of what were you trying to hide? Why not tell us? We know you hid the fact that you were getting phone records from members of Congress. We want to know why this payment had to be hidden. Why couldn't you just contract, which would be the customary normal way, I think, of doing it?
I did not make the determination that this source would be confidential, but given that this person was working on an investigation involving attacks on the Capitol, and given the violence in that, it makes complete sense to me that the Bureau would
You know
want
of
a
any of the other
civilian
special counsels who approved payments to like, I don't remember Robert Mueller approving payments to confidential human sources. I don't remember Durham. I don't remember her. We brought all those guys in front of the committee. It's the first time I've ever heard of a special counsel having to pay secret money to someone to get information when you had the broadest subpoena power you could possibly have. You aware of any of the other special counsels who had to do this?
I am not aware whether confidential sources were or were not used in those
That's
investigations.
because I don't think they were. I don't think they were.
I'm not aware one way or the other. I can say that the use of confidential human sources is a standard thing done by the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
The time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel. Your work on election interference in my home state is especially important, as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression, including violent tactics and legislation that has actively disfranchised our voters. In fact, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Georgia in 2023 challenging recently passed voter suppression legislation. That lawsuit was later withdrawn by Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi. But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election, which many have accepted that he lost, he pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants upheld our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that, and I'm quoting, "The through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud." Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President Trump's interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials. The first was the Secretary of State, who was a fellow Republican. My understanding, he voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded in no uncertain terms the results of the election, and debunked many of the fraud claims that Donald Trump had to him in real time. In addition to that, I recall that Donald Trump also spoke firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a Republican, who informed Donald Trump that he had supported him and voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see outcome determinative fraud in that state.
I have an audio from a phone call between Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the 2020 election. Could you please play the audio?
Are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Smith, you explained in your deposition that Georgia Secretary of State was one of the witnesses who disabused President Trump's false claims. How did Georgia Secretary of State push back against Trump's efforts?
I think my recollection is in this same call, President Trump repeatedly raised fraud claims, and the Secretary of State repeatedly explained not only that they weren't true, but I believe my recollection is in several instances explained why they weren't true. And I believe that call ended, my recollection is that it ended with President Trump, in essence, threatening the Secretary of State that he might be a target for criminal prosecution if he didn't do what President Trump wanted him to do.
So see, that raises a very critical point. President Trump didn't just spread lies about the election. In your words, and I'm quoting, he preyed on, end quote, Republican officials in Georgia and other states who believed would help him. Mr. Smith, Donald Trump thought these officials would break the law out of party loyalty. And when those officials, his own political allies, told him the truth, he dismissed them and continued to spread the lies anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes. After an investigation following the facts and the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges.
And in your deposition, you mentioned a fake elector witness in Georgia who you thought would have been a very powerful witness at trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that in a very limited amount of time?
Sure. It was a witness who had been made to understand that his electoral vote, his alternative electoral vote, would only be used if they won in court, if they won in litigation. That didn't happen, and President Trump and his co-conspirators tried to use those alternative fake elector certificates to get Mike Pence.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
Himself.
Okay, well, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work that you and your team of career prosecutors have put forth in uncovering this evidence. The American people need to know what happened, and they need to know how their president pressured Georgia state officials
Time of the gentlelady is
to
expired.
overturn their free
Gentleman
and fair
from
elections. And I
Alabama
yield.
has a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. December 6, 2025, Atlanta News First. Fulton County admits to verifying 315,000 votes in the 2020 without poll worker signatures. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes for 5 minutes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, isn't it true that for a federal criminal conspiracy charge, it requires more than one individual? In other words, you're making a contractual agreement of some kind with somebody other than yourself, right?
That is correct. There has to be an agreement.
And so when you made the determination to charge President Trump with conspiracy, you surely knew that you had somebody else that he must have agreed upon somewhere to engage in this act that generated the conspiracy, right?
That's correct. We alleged specific individuals in the indictment as co-conspirators.
And so you knew who you were going to do who you were going to charge when you pursued the indictment. You knew who the agreeing parties were, but you chose to list them as
How can you do an indictment if you don't know who you're indicting? Yeah, if you don't have anything. No, it was just the video was so loud. I'm so sorry. I turned it down when the video was so loud. But anyway, Mr. Biggs, first of all, you're probably I think you're one of the co-conspirators, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Aren't leaf blowers illegal? Damn it. Fucking leaf blowers. Okay, anyway. Mr. Biggs, you do know who you're going to indict before you indict them. That's kind of how it works. Oh, Mom, you have to, get him. Yeah, he's a pig. He's a pig. He's a literal pig. And not even a smart pig.
Conspirators, but you didn't
Gross.
indict them. How often have you done that in the past?
In the past, I have had a number of cases where I have charged some members of a conspiracy and not charged others.
One member of the conspiracy. How many times have you done that? Charged one member of the conspiracy and let everybody else off the hook?
I'm sure that's happened. That is not an
You don't remember doing that?
That is not an uncommon thing to do in an investigation, in my view.
So okay. I dispute that, but we're going to leave that as it may. But let's just get to this. If a member of Congress moves to decertify
You're a
states'
dentist.
electors,
You're not a lawyer,
that would not be a
Andy,
crime, would it?
Or whatever you are. You're a periodontist.
When you say to decertify,
You make a motion to decertify.
Yeah, I was going to not play it here.
on that
so,
January
yeah, it's-
6th.
The Ivan
every
thing
4
is in
years.
Discord if you want to go.
That's not a crime, right?
I don't want to
Correct.
give that fucking asshole
And
any
if another elected
promotion.
official urged someone to join them in that decertification, that's not a crime either, right?
as you
Yeah.
stated, it's not.
Actually, it is.
Several members of
I
Congress
think.
get together over breakfast. They say, this is the normal path. We watched it because we saw the Democrats do it for every Republican president.
No, girl, you can't make this
So
argument.
I'm not sure how to do it. We've
You
never
just
done it
can't
before.
make this
That's not a
argument.
crime to sit down at breakfast to talk about that or any other time together.
That's not
to
what
talk
he's.
about
That's not the
decertification, is it?
conspiracy. That's not the conspiracy
No, it's
that he's
not a
talking
crime
about.
to talk about that over breakfast.
Jesus Christ, Andy.
In your deposition, you talked about.
Man, MAGA voters are so
You made
fucking
the argument
stupid.
that an elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government operation. Isn't that true? That's what you said in your deposition, page 27.
I believe it's a lawful government function.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, lawful government function. That's what you said. You remember saying that?
I said lawful government function. Could you read back what you said again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. An elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. You said that would be illegal. Remember that page? Do you want me to actually read this back? Surely you remember that position. That's your
I'm
position.
not denying it, and I apologize. I'm just trying to listen to you closely.
Okay, let's just go right from this. You said there's, as we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election, right?
That is correct.
He was even free to say falsely that he won the election, correct?
That's correct.
What you said is he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function.
That is correct.
Yeah, and for you, that lawful government function is the certification process, I suppose, on January 6th.
Well, it's a slightly broader than that. It's the collecting, counting, and certifying of the votes. Our view of the evidence is that begins from the point of time that the electors are certified through the counting of the votes. So that would be.
So the entire certification process from the state to the feds.
My recollection, as it's pled in the indictment, as I sit here, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's from December 14th. I think that was the day through the voting.
Okay, so you can't recall, but for you, it's from the certification moving forward to the actual ratification of the certification process on inaugural day.
My recollection, that's what we pled in the indictment, yes.
Okay. So you've managed to filibuster us right out of this thing, but your beef was, you said that President Trump engendered a level of distrust. You said he made false statements to state legislators, to his supporters of all sorts, and somehow you discerned that his supporters were angry and that was somehow related to a criminal offense. I find that absolutely weak. I think it's misdirected, and
Time the gentleman's expired. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Axios dated August 2nd, 2023. Barr says Trump's First Amendment argument in January 6th case is not valid.
Objection? Did you have one? Okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, many of us were here on January 6th and directly experienced what happened. Yet some of my colleagues across the aisle still insist that Trump had no role in the violence. In videos of the raging battle against our brave Capitol Police officers, many rioters were screaming things like, "We were invited here by the president." Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence that some of the rioters had gone to the Capitol because they really believed the president had invited them there?
There were, I believe there's video of rioters saying, in fact, that, as we pled in the indictment, the knowing lies that Donald Trump put out in the weeks leading up to that led to a level of distrust, and he ultimately knew that the crowd at the Capitol, or at the Ellipse, I should say, was angry before he told them to march toward the Capitol.
And we've seen report after report of rioters who have said that if Donald Trump had not convinced them that the election had been stolen, they might not have even come to Washington. I'm going to share some quotes from some of those rioters. "I believed I was following up on the instructions of former President Trump," one rioter said about going to the Capitol. "I marched to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so," another said. "He personally asked for me to come that day," said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's rhetoric and language that inspired people to go to the Capitol believing that they were going on the president's direct order?
One instance I can recall is during the speech he gave to his supporters, and in context, his supporters, he told them to come to Washington, D.C. and be wild. He was on notice that they were angry, and he told that crowd, "We can't let this happen." And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a time when there was nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election, but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them when there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements and he's saying that they need to fight if they want to save their country. There are, in fact, people in the crowd chanting, "Fight for Trump." That all happened during the Ellipse speech before people headed towards the Capitol and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I was just going to say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87 of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer for Jacob Chansley, also known as the QAnon shaman, highlighted that his words, how the words affected his client. He heard the words of the president, he believed them, he genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe that Donald Trump motivated and was responsible for the violence that occurred on that day, even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report, the results of our investigation following the facts and following the law was that he was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused what happened at the Capitol, and that it was foreseeable to him.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two UCs.
Joan can state her unanimous consent request.
I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Representative Biggs on January 7th, 2021, in which he said, quote, "Yesterday, criminal rioters hijacked a joint session of Congress."
Objection. Without objection.
And the second one is a unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from March 2024 on the Capitol Hill show, in which you called on those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to be, quote, held accountable because, quote, that's the way our system does work and should work.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Thank you
I'll
very
recognize
much.
the gentleman from Texas.
Thank the chairman. Mr. Smith, how many members of Congress or the Senate did you subpoena phone toll records?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall a specific number.
Is this the complete list right here? Of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough.
Oh, Chip wants to talk about the abuse of power? Oh. Well, let's see. Let's see. Who are all those people? My goodness, those are all people that wanted to help Dump take the fucking election. And the evidence shows that they were in touch with Trump. So I'm sorry. If you didn't want to be involved in it, Chip, then I guess you shouldn't have fucked around. So you can try and make us feel sorry for Louis Gohmert, but it'll never happen. So it's really nice of you to clutch your pearls, your pearl necklace, if you will. Bear with me. But Chip, you're an idiot. You're a grown-ass man named Chip. That's where we start.
In my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted.
Yeah, this is
because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel?
Yeah.
So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
It's okay. I was just putting up the banner.
Gentlemen have the opportunity to respond.
If the gentleman wants to respond, he can.
With respect to the last point, Judge Cannon's order specifically limited her finding to that proceeding. So there would be nothing improper about continuing to litigate the cases in Washington, D.C. And with respect to Florida, there was nothing improper about taking an appeal of that very decision.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss Volume 2 of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about Volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct a special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined, the Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Hur's report?
My recollection is his report was made public in full. I believe that's correct.
And Special Counsel Weiss's report?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon, the Trump appointee who oversaw the case in Florida, issued a gag order that prevents you from discussing any parts of the classified documents investigation that is not already public. I understand that, including your findings that you laid out in volume 2 of that report. Am I correct that the reason your report is not available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
I wrote a report. The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report and its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So there is no reason, from where I sit, for this important information to be not made public. At this point, I want to turn now to President Trump's attacks on you. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023, right after your office indicted him, President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that you, Mr. Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal. In fact, Trump has used the words deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How do you think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
With respect to me, I think the statements are meant to intimidate me. I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also made as a warning to others what will happen if they stand up. And I am, as I say, I'm not going to be intimidated. We did our work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law, and that process resulted in proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
And Mr. Smith, do you believe that President Trump's Department of Justice will find some way to indict you?
I believe that they will do everything in their power to do that because they've been ordered to by the president.
That's very concerning, obviously. It's very concerning to all of us, at least on this side
I don't
of
think
the
being
aisle.
a hillbilly is a bad
This
thing.
is Trump's
I
playbook
come
at
from
work.
hillbillies, so I'm fine
Complain
with them.
loudly,
But being an
gin up
asshole
hatred and
a
resentment,
maggot
then
and a
express a hope
pedo
that
protector,
somebody will
yeah,
do
I got a
something, but
problem
never
with that.
explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th. Trump stood at the Ellipse and gave a campaign speech to his supporters, and he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And I think it's clear that his intimidation will stop at nothing. I want to speak on behalf, in closing, I want to speak on behalf
No
of
closing.
people.
Chairman, regular order.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
regular
sorry
order.
you have gone over numerous times.
Time belongs
I
to
am
the
taking
gentlelady
my
from Vermont.
few
I'll let you
moments.
go a couple more
Thank you,
seconds.
Mr. Chair.
Like I have all day.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of the state of Vermont, thank you for all of your 30 years of service to this country, and to the police officers sitting here. I'm ashamed that you have not gotten your due.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey is
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, the ranking member is recognized for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The first is a New York Times article titled "Hunting Leaks Trump DOJ officials seized records of Democrats explaining how the Trump administration subpoenaed Apple for data from the accounts of at least a dozen people tied to the House Intelligence Committee in 2017-18, including Representative Swalwell and Senator Adam Schiff.
Without objection.
And the other, similarly, is Trump's DOJ secretly obtained phone and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. That's December 10, 2024.
Without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I don't even know where to go because there's so much, Mr. Smith. There really is. But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you, or like or hate Donald Trump, or like or hate Republicans, or like or hate Democrats. This is about the system. It's about what the Department of Justice did. It's about what you did. The core of the hearing is all about, can Americans still trust the justice system? Is it fair? Was it fair under you? And all they expect, they don't expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same.
Fantastic
Republicans
question,
and
Van Droop.
Democrats, liberals and conservatives, but that wasn't the case. When you treat people differently because of their political status, their political party, their ideals, that's hypocrisy. And I'm sorry to say, and I don't say it lightly, I do consider you to be a hypocrite. With that being said, you know, I think the prosecutors and the people around you stretch norms, change standards depending upon who was under investigation. So you don't like Donald Trump, and so you're a liberal Democrat, whatever the case may be. And they went after him. And by the way, it's interesting, in all those congressional records that were subpoenaed, all those congressional records that were looked at, was one of them a Democrat? No.
This is his big mic drop. Oh, please don't panic. All right, Sam. This is his mic drop. He's investigating a scheme by the Republicans to overturn the election. And so he asks the damning question: in your investigation of the Republicans trying to overturn the results of an election, did you investigate any Democrats? Oh, Fanone got into it with a gremlin. Yeah, I don't want to play it because I fucking hate Ivan Raiklin and he gives me PTSD. So it's in our Discord. Thank you to whomever dropped it there, but I don't want to give him any airtime because he's a fucking asshole and he smells like beef. Because I stood next to him, so I can tell you he smells like beef. Bad beef. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. You don't think that's going to happen, but then it does. And then, yeah, this is just the way it is. Okay, let me get rid of this. Anyway. Yeah.
The answer is no. I'll answer for you. So I got simple questions. I always say I'm a simple guy, but it really boils down to this. How much can Americans trust this system? In your special counsel report, you stated President Trump engaged and was guilty of criminal conspiracies, and he was guilty of criminal conduct, and you publicly testified you believed you had the proof, etc. If prosecutors deal this way with cases, if they declare that it's guilty and it's over before a jury verdict,
He answered the question when asked if he thought he had enough evidence. He wrote it in his report because the evidence led him to that conclusion. So if you're a prosecutor and you believe you have the evidence, I don't understand why you wouldn't say, I believe I have the evidence. That's not tainting the jury pool. That's being confident that you have the case, and then the jury will hear it. And as I recall, Jack Smith said fuck all during the time that he was actually investigating this. He probably appeared once or twice, and he was pretty damn careful. So go ahead and scrub everything that he said, but you're not going to find the smoking gun that you loose lips, meat sucker, you lint licker. Yeah, I believe you're a simple-minded fool who likes to protect pedophiles. That's what I like. Yeah, he was a Democrat and switched. Van Drew can go Van fuck off.
Would Americans trust the
Americans.
justice system more, or would they? Would they trust the system more?
No, no, you have to ask Americans.
Answer, go ahead,
Next.
answer, please answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking me.
So when this was all going on,
I'm gonna let this happen.
before, and I believe it was political, before there was an entire case and we went through the whole case, you pretty much declared, and I'm not going to read the whole thing through again, that President Trump was guilty. That wasn't your job. That's a judge's job. It's a jury's job. It's not your job. Don't you think that's unfair?
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said, oh, is there something else playing? I'm sorry. Hold on. Is there something else playing? Oh, shit. He didn't say that. He said that he had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that X, Y, and Z, Trump engaged in X, Y. That's the facts. And he still has to prove that in a court of law, but y'all wouldn't let him prove it in a court of law because you were scared that he would actually prove it. Let's call a thing a thing. I'm sorry, I've got to find what's playing. Hold on. Let me just, what the fuck? Oh my God, I hate this system. Okay, hold on. Let me just do. Who is playing? Who is playing? Who is saying things that I cannot hear? I think something's starting to, maybe it's this. Oh, okay. It's that. All right. Because guess what? At 11:30, in 6 minutes, we're going to hear from the healthcare CEOs about how benevolent they are. They're going to let us know how benevolent they are. So that's coming up at 11:30. There is no, the Twice Baked is just rolling on from the Wake and Bake. We're not going to start another stream. We're just going to keep going. So anyway, that's what's what.
Fair that that's wrong, that didn't make the playing field level. Did it make people less trustworthy of the system, yes or no?
No. When I announced the charges in the election case, I specifically stated that the case needed to be tried and that he had a right to go to trial and he was presumed innocent.
And thank you for, I just want a simple answer because we are limited on time. I disagree with you. I don't think you did. Your office secretly subpoenaed and got records of members of Congress. And you kept those subpoenas hidden through non-disclosure orders. That's wrong. They should have known. You want to do that, fine, it's wrong. Number one, it's wrong because people have a right, the American public has a right to know, the elected officials have a right to know. It's your right to subpoena them, but they should know. Secondly, and I brought this up before, not one Democrat, it's all Republicans, all Republicans. Everything you've ever done is always against Republicans. Do you think that puts more trust in the system when you're
John Edwards was, yeah, I would have voted for John Edwards. So John Edwards was a Democrat, bitch. You little sniveling bitch. You little pedophile protector. That's what you are. Why are you protecting pedophiles, Van Drew? I need every journalist to just ask that. I don't care. He looks a little disheveled, actually, Teresa. He looks a little
so partisan in that way?
Usual.
Yes or no?
No. Politics played no role in our investigation. I have prosecuted Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases against Republicans and Democrats.
Because you didn't have the proof.
Edwards?
If prosecutors routinely rely on politically imbalanced investigations, and by this I mean, let me appeal to your sense of fairness.
I wouldn't even answer that fucking question.
Saying you're
I wouldn't
a fair
answer
man.
it. I would say
we
that's
had
not a question for me.
January 6th committee,
That's a
select
feeling.
committee, that was appointed only by a
That's a
Democrat, the
feeling.
then Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Everybody on it was a Democrat, except 2 Republicans that hated
because you
Republicans.
had 2 insurrectionists
Was that
on it.
fair? Was that fair?
Fuck you.
I mean,
You didn't have
look at
anything
our
to do
system
with
here
that.
in Congress. We've got Democrats,
didn't
man,
have
they
anything to
speak
do
up.
with
You've
it.
got Republicans, we speak up. You hear both.
I can't.
To put it bluntly,
No, I'm not.
Mr. Smith.
Legally important to know.
Hard. That was
Evidence from
Democrats, when you're later assessing the
Committee will be in order.
Sorry,
And the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Loud and clear in November, handing President Trump a commanding victory. The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement, you spoke about proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Smith, I will give you proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump winning the popular vote by over 2 million votes. The Electoral College by 85 votes, along with every single swing state. Now, sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people.
Oh, that's a stretch. Oh, that's a stretch. That's a stretch, bitch. That's a stretch. He must, I mean, you know, birds of a feather. But what doesn't pass the smell test that the man lied about the crimes that he committed and mind fucked an entire group of people who were already bigoted? Yeah, zingy rhetoric, but what? Yeah, Troy Nels. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. He is a pedophile protector, and maybe check his hard drive while we're at it.
Mr. Smith,
Maybe.
the stink remains on you.
No, it actually
And lastly,
doesn't.
I would like
Oh my
to quickly
God.
address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman.
Somebody just coughed and said, go fuck yourself. Somebody just coughed and said, go fuck yourself. I'm playing it again. Is that Fanone? That had to be Fanone, right? That had to be Fanone. Please.
On that raid at Mar-a-Lago, or your unconstitutional appointment, which a federal judge in Florida rightly tossed out. A very bad day for you. This wasn't, Mr. Smith, about upholding the law. It was about tearing down President Trump and anyone close to him. You even tried to ram through a politically motivated final report after your cases collapsed, including the Presidential Transition Act and basic fairness. But here's the good part, America, here's the good part. The American people saw right through it. They rejected, sir, your witch hunt loud and clear in November, handing President Trump a commanding victory. The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement, you spoke about proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Smith, I will give you proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump winning the popular vote by over 2 million votes. The Electoral College by 85 votes, along with every single swing state. Now, sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smith, the stink remains on you. And lastly, I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. And the Capitol itself was the target. We knew the extremist groups were going to be there. And why do I say that? It was your own report from your intelligence section, the IICD, which was run by Pittman, in the January 3rd special events section. It was in it. It was in it. And Mr. Dunn, I believe that you thought that day would be like just any other. In your testimony to the January 6th committee, you said you found out how ugly was going to get on a cell phone. Somebody sent you some information on social media. The point is, you were all unprepared to deal with that day. And that's because your leadership failed to share the intelligence with you. It was their fault, folks. It was their fault. It was not President Trump. And we are going to expose it for the first time because the Benny Thompson, the sham committee didn't do it.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The sham committee didn't do it. The report is 845 pages. Donald Trump's name is mentioned 4,207 times. We know what the committee wanted to do is to not allow Donald Trump to come back and win again. And they failed miserably, and I hope you now can see that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something because we keep rewriting history. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. He asked Speaker Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
Will the gentleman yield for a question? Are you saying Nancy Pelosi controls the National Guard?
Wait a minute.
The president could have ordered the National Guard if he wanted to, and you know that.
My time, I lost some of my time.
You're a fucking liar.
From New Jersey, you have a few more seconds.
And finally, how many elected officials say we're going to fight to win an election?
Oh my God,
Terminology
nobody
used all the
says
time,
that.
seriously.
Nobody
And of
cares
course, if
about
they were
that.
guilty, they should
That's
be
not the evidence,
prosecuted. The
cunt.
problem was there were many in the mix.
The unanimous consent, gentleman yields back. The
Last
gentleman
thing,
just fucking shut
your
these
hand
fuckers
gestures,
up.
Mr. Fanone.
The
You need
time of the gentleman's
medication.
expired. The time of the gentleman expired. The audience will be in order, the committee will be in order, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two unanimous consent requests to enter into the record, two articles.
Gentlelady can proceed.
An article dated December 29, 2025, titled Wall Street Journal Editorial Board Calls Out MAGA's Latest 2020 Stolen Election Nonsense.
Objection.
And the second article, an article dated December 23, 2025, titled Fact Check. Fulton County's 315,000 unsigned early votes are not proof of electoral fraud.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Chairman. Under unanimous consent, I ask to enter into the record the Judiciary Democrats' January 2026 report titled, Where Are They Now? The Perpetrators of January 6th and the Defenders of Democracy Who Stopped Them, which profiles the illustrious career trajectories of some of the key actors from January 6th who were pardoned by Donald Trump. And secondly,
objection.
A second report, January 2026 report from Judiciary Democrats, 1 year later, assessing the public safety implications of President Trump's mass pardon of 1,600 January 6 rioters and insurrectionists.
Without objection, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for joining us. You know, most people are wondering why you are even here today. But it's because we've heard conspiracy after conspiracy that the 2020 election was rigged. And Capitol Police officers were harmed and died because of those conspiracies. And we have important elections coming up. And the people want them to happen, and they want them to be fair. And the one person who should be telling the truth about elections is the president. But Donald Trump has not and is still not telling the truth about the 2020 elections. In fact, there is a January 6th page on the taxpayer-funded White House website that says the election was stolen from Trump, a blatant, disproven lie he knows is totally false. So one of my Republican colleagues earlier brought up Trump's mind state, that he knew he lost, and he knew that what he was saying was untrue, but that you had no proof. So, Mr. Smith, what evidence did you develop to suggest Trump
It's a little
knew
hard
he
for
had
TV,
lost
but
the
I like
2020
it.
election?
I like it a lot, but TV, it's tough.
We had evidence from a variety of sources, evidence from people who were close to Donald Trump and who he relied on, people who wanted him to win the election, people who were employed by his campaign to help him win the election. Our evidence is that this was a conspiracy and that Donald Trump specifically sought to prey on party loyalty. Our investigation involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on to stay in office. And the reality is certain people refused to do that. The vice president refused to go along with that. People in various states' legislatures refused to go along with that. And the reality is that if we took this case to trial, a good number of our witnesses would be Republicans. If a Democrat had committed these crimes, had done these things, I would have subpoenaed a number of Democrats. I would have subpoenaed their records.
And I'm going to ask you about that. But correct, it's not like he was calling Nancy Pelosi. So why is it legally important to know that Trump knew he was lying when he said the election was stolen?
That was part of our proof at trial, and it was relevant to the charges, specifically to the first charge to defraud the United States. It is permissible for someone to lie, but when they use speech to commit a crime, to facilitate a crime, that is not protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that, and this very issue was litigated in the case. The defense raised this very issue. And one thing I want to be clear about today, the case that I investigated and the case we had, it was built to be tried in a courtroom, not in the media. Our case was built to withstand the crucible of litigation, and our assessment was that we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that would do that.
So what I heard you say is that when you lie and you know you're lying,
The crucible of litigation. Oh my God. I just love smart men so much. I can't even tell you. Smart men and then men who pursue justice in addition to being smart. Please say crucible of justice again. Please say it. Please. Please.
lying, and then you act on that lie to overturn the democratic process, that is a felony. A January 6er actually said, if I can't trust him, then who can I trust? Exactly. You know, we cannot even trust our own president. And in fact, there's so many other things that you can say that you're not allowed to say because a Trump-appointed judge sealed the documents, refusing to release the files yet again, which is why we could probably ask you far more questions if those were unsealed. So I know I don't have that much time. I want to now shift to these allegations from my Republican colleagues about the collection of phone records of Republican senators. I guess some of the ones that were trying to get $500,000 of taxpayer dollars. So many of the phone records of members were requested before you were appointed as special counsel, yes or no?
Remember that?
Is that accurate?
Yes,
Yeah.
some subpoenas occurred before I was special counsel.
And what do you say to those who claim you chose to target Republicans because you only collected phone records for Republicans?
The conspiracy I was
Didn't he just say that?
investigating targeted Republicans.
Right.
As I mentioned earlier.
That's right. And so you would have requested any relevant call records necessary for your investigation of a Republican or of a Democrat?
That's correct. And to be clear, if a Democrat committed these acts, we would have sought those. I could just add one thing. We interviewed Rudy Giuliani in the course of this investigation, and we asked him, why did you, in one of the voicemails he left for the senator, mention the fact that it was Republicans that you were reaching out to? And he said, because the Democrats weren't going to help us, and even some Republicans wouldn't help us. And so our evidence shows repeatedly that the plan was to see if you could prey on people's party loyalty.
Time of the gentlelady's expired. The The gentlelady from...
Thank you, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5
You
minutes.
guys, okay, all right. It does not, not every outfit's a winner.
Mr.
I
Smith,
get
it was
It's
during
all
your
right.
deposition
Love
with
of
our committee
politics.
that you revealed that you tasked your team, specifically J.P. Cooney, to engage
Oh,
with the partisan
no.
January 6th committee.
Oh, no.
You had to have known at the time the controversy surrounding this committee, including the fact that all of the members had been appointed by Nancy Pelosi, who disallowed the Republicans from being able to engage. Yet you proceeded anyway, raising numerous questions as to your strategy for...
Okay, listen, he didn't have anything to do with the J6 committee. I know that they would love to do that. First of all, the J6 committee were asked to put Republicans on it. They offered 2 people who were actually potentially involved. So I'm sorry, we're not going to have people who may be intentionally involved in the scheme actually be part of the investigatory team and access to all kinds of, confidential information. So no, that's actually not a thing we do, Harriet. That's not what we do, okay? So yeah, it must make Liz Cheney pretty much vomit every time she sees her. But I'm going to say right now, like you are on the wrong side of this one. You are on the wrong side. And I don't know why you, again, are going to, where am I? God damn it. I'm getting used to this new setup. Why are you doing this, Harriet? Why? Harriet the Hag, why are you doing this?
conspiring with the J6 committee. You had every possible
I don't think he conspired with them. I'm very confused. I mean, there might have been overlap in terms of the evidence, but I didn't recall any conversation or wait, did that even happen over the same time period? Wait a minute. Didn't the hearings happen before Jack Smith was appointed? Wait a minute.
resource available to you.
I'm so
Your prosecution
confused.
of President Trump was clearly a priority for the Biden administration.
No, it wasn't.
And
They
it is
stayed
clear
away
that
from
you
it.
had an unlimited budget.
No, they stayed
And
away
yet,
from
and you
it.
also left no stone unturned.
They stayed away from it, actually. And he had the same budget as other special counsels. Have you met Ken Starr? Ken Starr put this country through hell, not because he was investigating Clinton, but because he was constantly spending money and sat there for like 5 or 6 years. Years. And ended up with almost nothing. Okay? He pretty much lucked out for the Monica Lewinsky stuff happening. Because if you remember, it began with Whitewater. It began with financial crimes that ended up being unprovable or something. I'm sorry. Like, I get it. I get that they want to make a thing. But this is like you're not. They've done a great job because they've seasoned their stupid audience with the ability to consume large amounts of bullshit without asking or questioning the bullshit or even looking into it or being alive or aware during the time that these things actually happen, like I was when Ken Starr was investigating Clinton. That was embarrassing and it was disgusting because it was so much money and so much time and so much distraction, and it really yielded fuck all nothing. Oh my God. Don't give me both sides bullshit. Don't fucking give me both sides bullshit. Don't tell me Democrats are just the same. They are not the same. They are not the same. And history has willed that out, motherfuckers. Stop it. Just stop it. Jesus fucking Christ.
Even subpoenaing records from sitting members of the House and Senate. So what information could the J6 committee possess that you and the nation's top law enforcement agency could not obtain on your own?
Against jumping into bed with the judge and the jury decide
that we dismiss the cases.
So from the very beginning.
I'm not listening.
That came from a number of sources.
That you admitted to in court filings, probably sworn in.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would caution my friend from South Carolina and others against jumping into bed with Judge Cannon, who's been rebuked repeatedly by the 11th Circuit because she is completely lawless. But let's go back to the actual evidence rather than all the procedural stuff about when you were sworn in or not. I don't blame you for not remembering that. You've been probably sworn in a dozen times. It doesn't jump out at you. I want to go back to the evidence, though, that Donald Trump knew that he was lying about the election. And I'd ask you to say, if you could, specifically, who gave evidence to you that supported your conclusion that he knew that he was lying?
That came from a number of sources. It came from staff in the White House who talked to him and told him that his fraud claims were not true. It came from staff on his campaign who told him that. It came from members of the Department of Justice. It came from state officials who, when he tried to press them to do things in contravention of their oath, they refused to. They asked him for evidence and his co-conspirators, and they never provided it. Over and over again, the people who had who were best situated to know how the elections were conducted in these states, he either avoided contacting them or disregarded the clear debunkings that were provided to him, such as by the Georgia Secretary of State.
Right, and I mean, that's a lot of evidence, but we know that his attorney general at the time also concluded, quote, he knew well that he lost the election, Bill Barr, and yet he incited a riot on January 6th, and 4 of the brave officers who defended the Capitol and defended my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are here today. Not a single Republican member of this committee has recognized them or thanked them for their service, and I would like to do so today. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, my colleague from California referred to a couple statements from your former colleagues in Penn and the Eastern District about your impeccable reputation as an apolitical career politician. As an alum of the Southern District of New York myself, I can tell you that many of my former colleagues also feel the same, and that's saying something coming from the SDNY to the EDNY, as you know. Mr. Smith, did you ever speak to President Biden about this case?
Never.
Did you ever receive orders or direction from President Biden or anyone else in the White House about this case?
No.
Did you ever receive any direction from the Attorney General Merrick Garland regarding how you should, whether or not you should charge this case?
No, I was given the independence to make that decision on my own.
An independent special counsel, exactly. I just want to point out to my colleagues who seem to think this is a politicized investigation that on February 10th, over a month, 2021, over a month after January 6th, Marco Rubio said the January 6th attack on the Capitol was far more dangerous than most realize, and we have a criminal justice system in place to address it. Who oversaw the Department of Justice on February 10th, 2021? Who was president?
February 10th, 2021. That would be Joe Biden.
So Marco Rubio wanted Joe Biden's Department of Justice to investigate Donald Trump and his January 6th insurrectionist. I want to ask you in my last few seconds, Mr. Smith, you're not the first special counsel to investigate Donald Trump. Special Counsel Mueller, also of impeccable integrity, concluded that the 2016 Trump campaign welcomed foreign interference from Russia and used it to help them. Donald Trump has made it a litmus test to be hired in this administration to say that the 2020 election was fraudulent, even though, as you have established, it was not. And now there are senior officials in this government who are responsible for protecting our elections who are election deniers. Can you describe in a few seconds what your concerns are about the upcoming election based on your investigation and what we know today?
I believe political litmus tests are not proper for career prosecutors. I think my experience over 30 years as a prosecutor in the Department of Justice is having people who are not guided by party allegiance, but guided by experience. That's how you can trust the criminal justice system. It's the same way with our election system.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah. First of all, just a couple of comments. There are probably 10 people on this committee who have more conversation.
Okay, I'm going to flip it over to what this part of the show was supposed to be about. I guess you get the point. But I'd like to go on to the CEO, the healthcare CEOs. I just want to hear what they have to say, how they're feeling these days. How are they feeling?
Thank you.
Oops, how are you guys feeling? Yes, I dropped the Bill Barr deposition in there, which you might want to take a look at if you're curious about what Bill Barr has said about the president and this whole boondoggle. Okay, so this is the hearing Ways and Means Committee with health insurance CEOs to find out how much additional money they might need. So here we go. Be ready to feel sorry for healthcare CEOs. All right? Get that empathy card out.
Under the rules of the House and the rules of the committee to maintain order and preserve decorum in the committee room. Disruption of congressional business is a violation of the law and is a criminal offense. Violations will not be tolerated, and violators refusing to stop will be removed by law enforcement and subject to arrest. I ask that we all abide by the rules and be respectful to our viewers and those in the room, including members of the audience and witnesses. I appreciate your cooperation in making sure that we have a civil discussion with our witnesses today. I'd like to begin first by thanking our witnesses for voluntarily agreeing to appear before the best committee in Congress today. You were in another B committee earlier, but this is the real committee. We are gathered here for one simple reason. Healthcare is increasingly unaffordable for American families, workers, and seniors. Today, the average family insurance plan costs roughly $27,000. Deductibles exceed $3,000 for individuals and as high as $10,000 for families. Obamacare premiums have climbed 80% in the last 10 years, and families on exchange plans are exposed to out-of-pocket maximums of over $20,000, while 1 in 5
Jane,
medical
thank
claims
you so much. Forget it. We're going to sing a song. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oh, it's the trivia song. Yes. Thank you, Jane, for being a member. Thank you for being a member of the lounge. We love you. It's true. This is the trivia song from Medieval Trivia. I don't know why. Wait, it's gonna get to the bridge or the chorus in a minute. Here we go. Wait, no, this isn't it. This is the build-up. Thank you. Knowledge deep and wide. Step right up our grand affair. Take a wisdom ride. Lolo's lounge is calling you. Know the answer's fine. Tales and trivia rule your heart. Riddles twist your mind. Unravel secrets, ancient lore. Torchlight guides the way. Thank you so much for that. I gotta get the lyrics to that. Lolo's Lounge will twist your mind. Oh, I loved Paul Lynde too. He's funny. Yeah, okay, anyway.
denied.
Thank you so much, Jane.
But it's not only
Love
in the
you.
exchanges,
I love you, girl.
which reflect just 7% of the population. The private employer marketplace that you all participate in, and the more than 160 million Americans for whom you provide coverage, is also experiencing the largest premium increase in 15 years.
We provide that coverage,
Health
bitch.
spending in America totaled $1.4 trillion in 2000. Today, it has tripled to $5.3 trillion. Nearly 1 out of every $5 in our economy is tied to healthcare spending. In short, Americans are paying more for coverage than ever before while getting less peace of mind and less access to care in return. Ideally, insurers would help control cost and guide patients through our complex healthcare landscape. But today, patients are forced to navigate systems designed around insurer priorities, not patient needs. After paying thousands of dollars in premiums each year, families are forced to ask insurers for permission to access their own health care, only to face crushing out-of-pocket cost. There is not one single American that I have met that believes health insurers are effective at lowering cost. This hearing is the first of more to come, examining the entire healthcare sector. Today, we will ask some of the largest health insurers why costs keep going up and how health insurers should make healthcare more affordable for all Americans, a question that my Democrat colleagues all but ignored when they were in the majority. And here are the results. Americans are still struggling to afford just basic care. Health insurance premiums are exploding, and patients are delayed and denied care every day. But instead of demanding answers, a senior Democrat reassured our CEO witnesses this morning, saying, quote, "It's not your fault." Maybe because Democrats knows it's their fault. Because after 15 years of a Democrat-created health system under Obamacare, prices have only gone up, not down. They have only gone up. I'd also like to remind...
Shut up. Yet again, the Democrats didn't create anything. Obamacare played within the limits set by the fucking insurance companies. Because if you have paid attention or ever looked at your Obamacare marketplace, your Affordable Health Care Act marketplace, you will find that it is these insurance companies that are actually calling the fucking shots. So fuck you, you pedophile protector. Fuck you. And if anything, the version of the Affordable Care Act that Democrats were able to pass all the way back then, because I remember facts, was that it had to be gutted in order to get passed. So the other reason you might have problems with Obamacare is because you fucked it, sir. And then you spent the next 15 years trying to take it down. Yeah, okay, Smith, I'm sold. Let's go to single payer. Is that what we're going to hear? I can't even listen to this dipshit. He's so stupid and sycophantic. And why is he protecting pedophiles?
Perspective on the issue that's in front of us. I want to thank you for the hearing. But a theme of this Congress has been Republican silence, as our colleagues on the other side rubber stamp everything that the president says and does. We're here for one reason, for sure, and the reason that we're here is because they've refused to extend these tax credits. When we hear that costs have gone up in the last 3 months, it's because the credits have not been extended. That's the reason. On this dais, we've been warned that the danger of DOGE meddling with the American people's most private data, and the other side acted as though we were hysterical. What do you have to say now that the Trump administration, who has admitted through court filings that Social Security data was illegally shared for the purpose of election interference? Then there's the silence on the affordability crisis created by the president. House Republicans have hamstrung their own ability to act, leaving the illegal tariffs in place. That's led to price hikes as well that imperil our global relationships. Trillions of dollars in retirement savings were wiped out 24 hours ago, and now they've been returned. That's the haphazard nature of modern governance with this administration. To say that the president has laid out a health care plan, that's like Elmer's glue and bubble gum. And when the Speaker of the House was asked about the health care plan that he had put out, this is something everybody in this room can agree on. They put it out on Friday night. If there's anything that good is announced in Congress, it does not happen on Friday nights. We can be assured of that. Where's the accountability? There's never been a Republican alternative to the health care plan that we put out with great confidence and satisfaction, with 24 million additional Americans receiving health insurance. They've attempted time and again to sabotage the system without a competing alternative of their own. Americans are angry about prices and increases, and we know the stories of coverage failures, and we have witnessed record profits. Costs have to come down. If they're serious about doing this, as they've stated.
Okay. I'm just going to recap quickly, and I know people are probably losing their patience with my interruptions, but that's why we do this show, is so that we can debunk things as they're happening. So let me just find, there it is. All right, so this healthcare plan, this is what they came out with. Okay, this is the big healthcare plan. I'm not shitting you. Like, you're going to die. It's really, well, you are going to die if you follow this healthcare plan. So this isn't a plan. This isn't even the concept of a plan. Okay? All right, this is the plan. This is the Great American Healthcare Plan. No, the Great Healthcare Plan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got it wrong. Okay, wait. I need to get this out of here. All right, this is the Great Healthcare Plan. All right, there he is. He's all grumpy about it. Calling on Congress to lower healthcare costs. Okay. President Dump is calling on Congress to enact the Great Healthcare Plan, a comprehensive plan. Comprehensive, remember that word. To lower drug prices, lower insurance premiums, hold big insurance companies accountable, and maximize price transparency. So here we go. Here's the comprehensive details. You don't want to miss it, so don't blink, okay? There's no there. Okay, so this is here's some action steps, okay? Action steps. The Great Healthcare Plan calls for codifying the Dump administration's most favored nation deals to get Americans to the same low prices for prescription drugs that people in other countries pay. Let me correct the record. This most favored nations thing means that drug companies are going to charge those countries more. It's not that we're going down to the price of the most favored nation status. Okay? Are you with me? It's that he's asking them to raise their prices. Do you recall the Macron ramble yesterday? I called Manuel, and I told Manuel Macaroon. I told Manuel Macaroon, I'm telling you right now, you have to raise your price. You're going to double the price of insulin, or whatever it was. That's right, Manuel Macaron. Manuel Macaroon, I'm going to tell you, you have to raise your price, because they're not going to lower the price for us. They're just going to make the price higher. That's literally it. That's it. You guys are crazy. You're crazy. This is crazy. This is an action step. Calls for codifying, which means the Congress passing legislation. Okay, this would build off of Dump's landmark actions that made insulin more effective. He didn't. Okay, he didn't. All right, that's fine. We're gonna just deal with that. Here we go. Oh, here we go. This is the other action step. Get ready for this. Here's part of the plan. I almost missed it. I almost missed part of the plan. Voluntarily negotiated deals with HHS CMS will be grandfathered in. So the stuff that's already been negotiated, don't worry about that. We're not going to get rid of that. The Great Healthcare Plan makes more verified safe pharmaceutical drugs available for over-the-counter purchase. What? Which ones? Why? What's the science on that? How many? More? What's more? Which ones? Which ones? And what does that do to the price? That doesn't change the price. That means you can't use your insurance money to buy it. If it goes over the counter, you have to use your health savings account or something to buy it if you have one. It doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make it cheaper. That means you can't get your insurance to cover it. Any of it. Unless you use your own money that you put in to your health savings account. Why are you guys believing this bullshit? I don't get it. Why are you so fucking dumb? This will lower healthcare costs. How? No, it won't. Where's your data for that? I love it. Increase consumer choice by strengthening price transparency, increasing competition. When has that ever worked? When has increasing competition ever worked? It hasn't. I'll give you the answer. And reducing the need for, just go ahead and take something over the counter. First of all, it's going to cost you more out of pocket. Whatever. Okay, now we're getting into it. Now we're going to lower healthcare premiums. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas over here. Okay? There we go. The Great Healthcare Plan stops sending big insurance companies billions in extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments. Okay, that's the subsidies he's talking about for whatever. The subsidy payments, and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans. So eligible's doing a lot of work here. Okay, so I don't know what eligible means. What is eligible? Who's eligible? Who's not eligible? Why are you eligible? Why are you not eligible? Allowing them to buy the health insurance of their choice. Okay, so again, let me just kind of back up a little bit here. Just like backing up a little bit here. Okay, when you buy a plan through the ACA, I looked into plans from the ACA a few years ago. It turns out that for a single person, I was going to have to pay about $700 to get like a silver plan, I think, like the middle of the road plan. So I was going to have to pay like $700 a month. And that was whatever I think the subsidized would have been, right? Like that's my out of pocket. Like $700 is my out of pocket. If they're sending me the subsidy, I still have to buy insurance from the insurance company who doesn't, under this scenario, have to lower shit. They don't have to lower any of their prices. The government cannot make them lower their prices in this scenario. So sending someone the whatever $500 or something for that is not going to end up getting them better health care. It just means they're going to have to pay. And frankly, I think because this is being sold as a benefit to the American taxpayer, to the consumer of health care, I would bet good money on the fact that prices of insurance premiums, which generally rise like, 5 to 12 to 15% a year. I mean, they're crazy. If you had that kind of money, like they would raise prices so that you're still buying something and there's more money out of pocket. I'm sorry, he's lying to you. He's lying to you. The great and the kickbacks. No, the kickbacks are just going to be your choice to give the kickback, who you give the kickbacks to. That's all. It just changes who's writing the check. Yeah, insurance is state by state. The way it works, the state regulators have to approve premium increases. Well, I mean, and they do, because when I was running a P&L, every year my healthcare costs were like 15 to 18% higher. So I don't know. That's just my experience after 22 years of doing that. So I can't really, maybe I'm not an expert in it at all, which I'm not. But I do know that this is not how this works. Okay, let's see. Oh, the pharmacy benefit managers, good luck with that. How are you going to cut out an entire part of the industry, the PBMs, and expect them to go quietly into the dark night? Holding big insurance companies accountable. Oh boy, this sounds great. Oh, it creates the plain English insurance standard. Oh, if you put it in English, which they are in English, to publish rate and coverage comparisons, they kind of do. I mean, when you're choosing a plan, at least as an employer, and therefore as an employee, if you're a good employer, you get to see what the comparisons are. In fact, we did that every year. We would look at other health insurance providers to see if we could get a better deal, and we would talk to our employees about what was the benefit and cost analysis and get their input. This is nothing. This is not helping. They will require to publish the percentage of insurance claims they reject and average wait times for routine care. Who cares? That's not gonna, they don't care about that. They've already got your money. They've already got your money. Sure, we'll put that on our website. Who gives a shit? What are you going to do? Sue us? Oh, there's some protection in there for that. The Great Healthcare Plan requires any healthcare provider or insurer who accepts Medicare or Medicaid to prominently post their pricing and fees in their place of business. Yeah, California has that law already. We have that law. Let's see. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I was clicking on these. I was clicking on this to see if they were links. They're not. They're literally just shit. There's the same shit. Slash prescription. Ask people to lower drug prices. Ask them to make medicines over the counter. Take money and send it to people, but don't require. I mean, you can ask the insurance companies to lower their costs, but you're not going to require them, because that would be being a bully. I will link all this in the description of the video. Fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which would say, okay, so isn't a cost-sharing reduction program kind of like a subsidy? I'm just really like, come on now. Come on now. Stop sending. I mean, this is just not, this isn't helpful. None of these are going to lower rates. None of this is going to lower your healthcare cost. I wish it would, because frankly, I've got some significant healthcare costs and I would rather have really good insurance. But this is not it, folks. This is not a plan. This is the concept of a plan. And frankly, the concept sucks, because it has no teeth. The emperor has no clothes. Sorry. All right, let's see what else is happening here.
Let's extend and expand the ACA tax credits. Our Republican friends have no interest in strengthening health care or protecting patients. They used their signature legislation to slash $1 trillion, which will be readily felt at the end of this year as it relates to our hospitals. They've refused to extend the tax credits that we've asked for time and again, causing millions to forego health coverage this year, and they've been silent as the Trump administration wages an all-out war on public health and, yes, on science as well. There's a crisis afoot, all right, and instead of hearing from those who are struggling, they've said, let's bring in the CEOs to redirect the public's attention and to avoid accountability. You should be here to testify. It's important. It costs too much. But anything to distract from the stories like the one we're going to hear from Ms. Young later on today, a breast cancer survivor and a small business owner. Ms. Young knows exactly what these attacks on health care mean: soaring costs, shrinking coverage, and unnecessary stress. The majority had all of 2025 to act, all year to prevent premiums from doubling, tripling, and septupling. They chose not to. Democrats have offered numerous avenues to save the ACA credits and to lower costs, and let's be clear about the priorities, as Trump's prices include a $700 billion tentative plan to purchase Greenland. That money could be kept in health care costs that would help generations of Americans. The choice is clear for the American families, and they know it. It wasn't already clear, but after that vote a couple of weeks ago, let me say something with great confidence. The ACA is here to stay. Those numbers are only going to grow as time goes on. That's because of people first legislating. The ACA transformed healthcare. It opened up coverage. Is it perfect? Hardly. But if we would work together, there'd be an opportunity to make it play out the way we had fully intended, rather than this constant attack on the ACA, but never having an alternative of their own. A reminder, it capped premiums at 8.5% of income and put an average of $2,400 back in family pockets. 94% of the enhanced tax credits go to households making under $200,000. Compare that to their tax bill. 37% of their benefits go to those same people. The Republican signature tax law is underwater while the ACA continues to grow and it continues to rise in popularity. The sabotage is an attempt to drag us backwards. We're not going to let that happen. There are real, long-standing problems in healthcare, and we want to hear some answers today from our panelists as well. Insurers must step up, reduce costs, and that doesn't mean shifting burdens onto patients. Our focus should instead be on protecting care, expanding coverage, and bringing down costs. Working together, we can strengthen the ACA, and just as we envision, make sure it's expanded to the very members of the American family who need it. With that, I yield.
Let me read something to you. Read to me, read to me, read to me. Ba-da-da. I just Googled. Sorry, I hate Googling. I really do need to use the other thing, I know. Okay, so sorry this is so far over. I'll figure out how to fix it. Anyway, this is from the Commonwealth Fund, and the authors are John Holohan Institute Fellow of Urban Institute Health Policy Center and a research associate at the Urban Institute Health Policy Center. So this is like think tanky type research. Putting the extraordinary increase in ACA premiums in perspective. I really hate this fucking screen. Hold on. You're bugging me. You're bugging me. Okay. Stop. All right. Let me just read a little bit of this. I'll link this in the thing, but in 2026, Affordable Care Act premiums increased by more than 20%, in large part because insurers believe they are facing increased risk due to the expiration of enhanced premium tax credits and other policies. Increased risk of what? Of losing profits? Of losing profits? What are they afraid of? A new Urban Institute report finds that marketplace benchmark premiums, which is the ACA, right? That's the Obamacare marketplace, i.e. the second lowest cost silver plans, like I was talking about, have increased an average of 21.7%. I want you to just imagine if you have already what is a big bill, right? And that bill increases by almost a quarter. And it's for something as critical as healthcare. Imagine that. And the blame should be placed at the hands of the fucking CEOs of health insurance companies and this government. That's really what it should be.
Yield back my time, Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I will now introduce our witnesses. We have with us Stephen Hemsley, is CEO of United Health Group. We have David Joyner, is Chairman and CEO of CVS Health. We have Gail Boudreau, is President and CEO of Elevance Health. And we have David Cordani, is President, CEO, and Chairman of the Board of the Cigna Group. And we have Paul Markovich, is President and CEO of Ascendum. Yeah, okay. And we have Rashonda Young, is a resident of Waterloo, Iowa, and owner of TNK Health and Nutrition. Thank you all for joining us today. Your written statement will be made part of the official hearing record, and you each have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. Mr. Hemsley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Chairman Smith. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. Every day, people count on our company not just to help them when they're sick, but to help them when they're healthy as well in every stage of their lives. And we take that responsibility seriously. Like all of you, we are dissatisfied with the status quo and know we must all do better. And so we are committed to doing exactly that, and that in part is why I've returned to United Health Group as Chief Executive. Our mission as a company is to help people live healthier lives and help the health system work better for everyone. Better outcomes, better experiences, lower costs. Achieving these goals means being candid about why the cost of healthcare continues to rise. The cost of health insurance fundamentally reflects the cost of healthcare itself. It is more an effect than a cause. If insurance costs are going up, even as we compete aggressively against other companies, it signals rising costs of health services and drugs and/or rising volumes of care activity. And it is a fact. Hospital and drug spending has soared at 3 times the rate of inflation since before 2000. We limit these pressures as much as possible. We use negotiations, data insights, better care coordination to moderate the cost of growth, improve outcomes, and protect access. And we focus on preventative care so people get care before a condition worsens or before becoming sick at all. Insurance is the only sector in healthcare incentivized to keep the cost of care as low as possible while still seeking high-quality health outcomes for people and helping them avoid getting sick in the first place. And it's a virtuous circle. Generally, the healthier people are, the fewer health resources they need. We are innovating to make high-quality healthcare easier to find, simpler to navigate, and most importantly, more accessible and affordable. Last year alone, we negotiated nearly $300 billion in savings for our customers. Without those efforts, recent premium increases would easily have been twice as high. Nearly 90% of our premiums go to direct medical care, including in Affordable Care Act plans. Our enterprise margins are only around 5%, with Medicare, Medicaid, and ACA margins being far less than that. Additionally, we have made notable progress in areas such as value-based care, which incentivizes better care and health outcomes and simplifies the experience. And in Medicare Advantage, which provides lower total costs than traditional Medicare, with more benefits and lower overall costs to seniors, a majority of whom choose it each year. We've introduced innovative health plans that offer people the information they need up front, enabling them to comparison shop for care. These plans often have no deductibles and no coinsurance, and members pay an average more than 50% less in out-of-pocket costs compared to traditional plans. And employers offering these transparent plans are also seeing lower total costs. We're committed to extending these consumer-centric features wherever we can to consumers have more choice, more control, more transparency and certainty, and more value overall. We're mindful of the current moment and the debates about affordability in Congress and throughout the country, and we appreciate the current bipartisan talks focused on ideas around affordability, transparency, and a possible short-term tax credit extension. Because we want to continue to be part of the solution, with respect to ACA individual plans, we will voluntarily eliminate and rebate our profits this year for these coverages. I know there are aspects of our products and services that are still too confusing and complicated for people. We are intensely focused on setting a new standard of transparency, simplicity, and ongoing improvement as we continue taking costs out of the system and make healthcare more affordable. In addition, we provided policy ideas in our written testimony intended to lower premiums, address rising health costs, and better align what we pay for healthcare with the rest of the world. I look forward to our discussion today about what more can be done to improve affordability and expand the availability of quality care. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joyner, you are now recognized.
All right, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on the drivers of healthcare costs and the market and policy situations needed to address them. CVS Health engages with millions of Americans every day in their communities, helping families struggling with an often confusing and disconnected system and the rising cost of healthcare. What's driving these costs is understood: greater demand for care, growing medical provider costs, and persistently high prices for hospital care and prescription drugs. Every day we are addressing the fragmentation and the underlying cost of care. That starts by making care for Americans accessible and affordable, and most importantly, simplifying the patient experience at every point. Our 300,000 employees across the country work every day to meet this moment. CVS Health supports the committee's goal of addressing rising medical costs, and we want to be a partner in addressing these challenges. We are working to ensure our members have access to the right care at the right cost, and we are expanding low-cost primary care, covering preventative care at no cost to patients, and offering free virtual care to eliminate the barriers to access. We are leading the industry in developing new solutions to lower cost, investing in technology to identify health problems before they become serious, and tailoring treatment to individual patient needs. Today, I'll share 4 ways we're making care more affordable and accessible. First, we're expanding access to coverage that rewards providers for keeping patients healthy. Second, we're reducing administrative burdens, so instead of filling out forms, doctors can actually spend the time caring for patients.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say? He's providing money back to the providers as incentives if they keep their patients healthy? Is that what he said? Are they doing that? They're giving money to what? They're giving our money back to the providers if they jump through the hoops that they want them to jump through? What the fuck is happening? There's some money we could save right there. Why don't we save that money? You can cut that right off the top, bitch. Cut it off the top. Because if I have a doctor who needs to be incentivized to keep me healthy, then they're not really a doctor. They're a scam artist. What now? I don't understand this world. I don't understand why people are okay with all of this. I don't know what to do about it, but I certainly don't understand why everybody is just like, ho hum, that's fine. Okay, next. What? Fucking evil.
All by driving lower administrative costs of care. We know that denial of care is a major frustration for patients and their doctors, so we continue to reduce the number of claims subject to prior authorization, and by independent measures, we have the fewest number of services subject to it. When we do receive an authorization request, 77% are approved in near real time, and that number continues to grow. For medications, nearly half are approved immediately, and for others, the average approval time decreased from 3 hours.
half are approved immediately. That means half aren't. That means half have to go through more hoops. And he just said that they approved 70%, right? So does that mean 30% don't get approved? Because I've been in that prior authorization hole for medicine that I needed for my arthritis. And because I moved states, I had to get another authorization during COVID. I was also in the midst of a nervous breakdown and had to stop working because of it, because of an attempted sexual assault that I suffered. So I'm going to call bullshit on CVS trying to help anyone, because they almost forced me to take my own life at certain points in 2021, 2020. So, Mr. Joyner, I would love to play some of the recordings of the phone calls I had with people at the CVS specialty pharmacy. I'd really like you to listen to some of those phone calls and think if your staff handled those things the way they should have. Because I don't think they did.
In 2024 to just 34 minutes today. CVS Health's bundle approach now gives providers one approval covering medical procedures like repeat imaging and medication for specific conditions. For patients undergoing breast cancer treatment, that means a single authorization for an entire series of procedures. Third, we're using competition to address the rising drug cost. We're aggressively promoting the use of biosimilars. We now have the vast majority of members paying $0 out of pocket for these once pricey drugs, and has generated more than $1.5 billion in savings for our customers. And fourth, we're building a modern consumer healthcare platform that we will open to plans and providers. For patients, it's simple. One open app that allows them to own and manage their own healthcare. For 17 million monthly active app users, we'll schedule appointments, refill prescriptions, access preventative care, all in one place, with the goal of helping them stay healthier at lower cost. For the healthcare system, it's a shared foundation we believe will make care more coordinated and affordable. I took this role 15 months ago because I wanted to help shape the future of healthcare in this country. I'm proud of the work we've done so far to simplify the healthcare experience and to make care more affordable and accessible for American families. I know there is much more to do. It requires health plans, providers, employers, all working together. That's why we support reforms that increase transparency, competition, and innovation, particularly among hospitals and the pharmaceutical supply chain. We encourage policymakers to preserve flexibility for employers to offer benefits that meet their workforce needs and to avoid policies that reduce competition or add bureaucracy. We want to work together. First, to explore solutions that bring younger and healthier people into the risk pools. Secondly, expand the definition of preventative care to services that keep people healthy and out of the hospital, allowing people in high-deductible plans to access these services in their pre-deductible phase. Third, address the bad actors who are gaming the No Surprises Act. Centralizing eligibility, automating processes, and increasing oversight can address this abuse. Fourth, accelerate the interoperability of health records to reduce the friction and to help patients manage their health. And five, pass the ECAPS legislation, which allows the pharmacist to practice at the top of their license
gynecology
and
appointment.
receive Medicare reimbursement. This will benefit every pharmacy in the country while improving access for patients and reducing cost. We welcome the committee's partnerships in these efforts as we continue to work to make healthcare more affordable for all Americans. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions and to the additional hearings.
Thank you. Ms. Boudreau, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee.
That's a big old
Gail
gem
Boudreau,
you got on your neck
President
there,
and
girl.
CEO of Elevance
Ooh, and the
Health.
matching.
For over 8.
Ooh, she has a whole suite of sapphires. Oh, girl, you know it's true. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can't make it any bigger. You gotta check this out. Look at this bitch is wearing a big old motherfucking halo sapphire. That's gotta be, I don't know, that's 3 carats, right? No, that's 4 carats. That's a 4-carat motherfucker right there. That's a 4-carat motherfucker right there, surrounded by, I don't know, I'd call that 1.5 carats of diamonds. They look pretty big from here, even though they're small. And then, oh, but hold your beer, okay? Hold your beer, because she's got the matching earrings. So she's got some sapphire halos up there. That's probably a good 1.5 carats. Yeah, that's where all our healthcare money went. This cunt doesn't read the room, okay? I can't wait. Ms. Boudreaux, I hope you're proving me wrong. I hope you really prove me wrong. But so far, I'm going to call bullshit on your choice of attire today. You dumb shit.
80 years, we've served individuals, families, and communities. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today on an issue that is weighing on households across the country: healthcare affordability. Families are frustrated by the rising cost of healthcare, and they're right to be. Rising premiums and out-of-pocket costs strain household budgets and cause people to delay care.
I know, it is kind of 1986,
This is personal,
isn't
and for many families,
it? Not to be a bitch,
it's
but I'm just
frightening.
saying.
We can all do better.
Could be lab created from
Americans
QVC.
want
Thank you.
solutions, and we're taking
100%. 6
concrete
easy payments,
steps
bitch.
to deliver them. Our responsibility is to provide coverage people can afford, provide clear information in plain language about coverage and costs, and make timely decisions. This includes negotiating for fair prices that affect premiums and out-of-pocket costs. Our role isn't just to explain costs. It's
If
to
people would
act,
just stop eating
and
French
it's to
fries,
make
not me,
healthcare
Your Honor,
easier to
but you know.
navigate for patients and doctors. Every redundant step and paperwork delay adds cost and frustration.
That's what it is. It's the
without
damn
improving
missteps.
Prior
It's the extra
authorizations
steps.
apply to about 3% of our claims.
Yes, it says,
And
get
since
ready to
January
bend over,
1st of
darling, because I'm going to fuck you, and it's not
2024,
going to feel good.
We've removed more than 400 services from prior authorization requirements. For what remains, we're expanding electronic prior authorization to reduce paperwork and speed decisions.
We're expanding. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. What year is this? Is this 2026? Because I'm just confused right now. So you're telling me, ma'am, that you don't have an automated system or some kind of electronic system for your prior authorizations? I'm having a hard time. Are you telling me you're faxing most of them? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing, Ms. Boudreaux? With the bad jewelry? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? Was there a special for the Macy's mother-in-law dresses? Was there a special at Macy's? Was it clearance time to get that dark blue mother of the bride or mother of the groom suit jacket that you have on? Do you rarely leave the house, ma'am? Yeah, you're describing rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Oh my God.
Using technology,
This cunt.
including AI, to handle routine steps and move information faster, while clinical judgment stays in human hands. The United States now spends more than $5 trillion a year on healthcare. Health insurance
She might
premiums
be.
are primarily shaped by
I
medical
wouldn't
care
fight her.
and drug costs and where care is delivered. When the prices
Sorry, what was I
charged for
thinking?
care
No,
rise,
that's her kink though. She
premiums
goes to the sales
and
at
out-of-pocket
Macy's.
costs rise too. Hospital spending increased by nearly 10% in 2023.
You telling me she bought that at full price?
And again
Whoa.
in 2024. The fastest rate in more than 3 decades.
Bitch, you're the one who's doing it.
outpacing
We're not
inflation
doing it.
and
Why are you
wage
acting
growth.
surprised?
Prescription drug spending grew nearly 8% in 2024 and now
You're kidding me.
represents
She really was?
a quarter
Oh,
of
shit,
what
I'm
employers
sorry.
spend on health care. Costs also rise when the same service is billed at a much higher price in a hospital setting than in a physician office or urgent care. Fraud, improper billing, and administrative requirements also add costs that ultimately show up in premiums. We're focused on practical solutions that lower cost and make healthcare easier to navigate. Our approach of coordinating medical and pharmacy benefits is helping employers lower medical and prescription drug costs, saving some employers up to $212 per person per month, underscoring our whole health approach. We also promote preventative care so problems can be caught early. And we work with doctors and hospitals to help patients get the right care at the right time.
You deny shit.
And
Go
in the right
fuck
setting.
yourself, you cow.
For example,
I fucking hate this
our concierge
woman.
care oncology program
lying
has
cow.
lowered chemotherapy-related
I don't think I
hospital
can
admissions
either, meowing
by
star.
more
I was
than
just actually about to
60%.
say that.
We're committed to being
I just
part
kind of
of
want
the
to hear him say
affordability
it
solution.
so that I can
Because when healthcare is too
reinforce my
expensive,
disdain.
people delay care, employers struggle to offer coverage, and families lose peace of mind.
Who are you talking
Keeping
to?
care within reach
You're
requires
the cunt
common
that
sense
controls it.
reforms that address root causes, such as hospital price growth, rising prescription drug prices,
Everybody
unnecessary
else's costs but
paperwork,
mine.
and lack of transparency.
Oh.
With discipline
Womp womp.
and partnership, progress is possible. Thank you again for the opportunity to be
So
here.
sad.
I look forward to your questions and to working with you to make healthcare more affordable.
Really? Why don't you do it on your own?
Mr. Cordani, you are now recognized.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and
This
members
might
of the
be the
committee,
last one I can
thank you for
take.
the opportunity to testify in front of you today on one of the most pressing issues facing American families and employers, which is the underlying cost of health care. My name is David Cordani. I serve as Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Cigna Group. As a global organization, we provide health services largely through employer-sponsored programs and unions, and we bring together health services that we seek to reduce overall costs, increase quality, convenience, and help to make healthcare easier to navigate. And while I'm personally proud of the work we've done, we recognize that there is more to do in the future. At a high level, I'll identify three major categories where we see opportunities for further improvement. First, we must intensify our focus on the needs of patients earlier in the care journey, especially programs that prevent chronic disease in the first place and support long-term.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm official. It's official. It's official. They got me. They absolutely got me. I'm done. I can't even take them anymore. I can't. This is them pointing fingers at other people when, in fact, they're the ones who set their premium rates. And frankly, I think they need to look at their profit structures, maybe. Maybe that's what needs to happen, is they need to review their profit structures. And maybe they need to get rid of programs that are stupid, like incentivizing doctors to keep their patients healthy, which sounds like the weirdest thing I've ever fucking heard of. So, yeah, I don't need to hear their sob story about how it's everyone else's fault but these billionaires. Cordani, the president and CEO of Cigna, is one of the highest paid executives in the healthcare industry. 2024 total pay, $23.3 million bucks. Buckaroos. You know whose money that is? Ours. Have a Cigna plan? You paid him. Have a Cigna dental? You paid him. Have Cigna dental? I have like thousands of dollars of like dental work that I'm going to be doing. My insurance, I'm not shitting you. I could show you this, but I don't want to share my private information. My insurance company is paying $10 of the stuff I need done. I have thousands of dollars of stuff that, you know, the way costs go, I need done. And my insurance company, they did the little, you know, list of things and what was being suggested and what insurance would cover of each of those things. I shit you not. The bottom line was $10. So Mr. Cigna is he's rolling in the dough. So I don't know what to tell you. There's just so much. I know we've kind of been all over the place a little bit this morning. I didn't get to read to you all the things that I want to read to you. I definitely wanted to read to you much more, but I didn't get a chance to do that. So I'll have to hold it till next time. But all I want to say, I guess, is we have to do better. We have to stand up. And I'm going to tell you right now, I know my daughter's not going to enjoy that I say this, but I'm really feeling this. If I am in an opportunity where ICE is trying to abduct, especially a child, if I see ICE trying to, it's gonna be really, really fucking hard for me to not try and stop them from abducting a child. Okay? And I know a lot of people go to Mexico and there's ways I can do this, but I just was like, $10, really? $10 is hit? Excuse me? That's all? Like, don't you need your teeth to live? This isn't like, I'm getting veneers or anything. Like, fuck, man. That's not what I was talking about. These are fucking health things, gums and shit like that, Fuck, man. Anyway. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. I was hoping that the text would be over my picture, but I'm sorry. I want to figure out how to do those things, fancy things that people do where it's like you start in one corner and then you just like pull up and you're in the big screen. Look at you. Almost looks like he's sitting on my microphone thing. Wait. Let me pinch his head. Wait. Oh, I don't know where my hands are. Okay. The care journey. The lack of care journey, more like it. Anyway. Wow, what a day. What a day. Thanks, Jack Smith, for trying. Thanks for trying. We're really glad you tried. Holy buttholes. All right. I really appreciate you spending almost 6 hours with me today. It's ridiculous that I asked this much of you. But I deeply appreciate your presence, because if I had to go through this by myself, I think I'd go insane. Not that I'm not already there, but you know what I'm saying. And Dempsey, so good to see you. So good to see so many people that came into the chat today. All the loungers, all the beautiful loungers that come and share their mornings with me every day. God, I'm lucky. I love y'all. I thank you for today. Thank you for today. Thank you for putting up with this. Well, I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and girly, for Wake and Bake number 5 of the week. No, 3, because I missed Monday and Tuesday. So I will see you bright and girly tomorrow, and maybe then we can catch up with some of our reading, since maybe the shitheads will take like a day off or something. Maybe the shitheads will just take one morning off. I won't ask for a day. I'll ask for a morning. Maybe if they just take a morning off, we can get through some of our reading. Have you ever thought of starting earlier, like 6:30? Should I go back to 6:30? Now I feel like, because I'm going to be honest, like this morning, I was like looking at the clock like, I want to start. So yeah, I could. I don't know what people want. I'm in the dark, right? Like I just fucking feel my way through everything. Anyway, I think you guys are amazing. I hope the rest of your Thursday is a lot better than it was this morning. And I hope you fight like hell. You know what I mean? I hope you fight like hell for little babies that are being kidnapped. I think if you really, 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 really care about saving children, then prove it. Stand up against ICE with us. It's stand up against ICE with us if you really care about children. Thank you. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I love you. Take care. Bye.